unsafe. Buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline. Yeah, I've been making friends with all these girls, and I got nothing left to lose. Fight to the future. Say skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these girls, and I got nothing left to lose. Fight to the future.
guys, we are about to start. Hold a second.
I lied awake for days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these ghosts, and I got nothing left to lose. Fire to the future.
Sorry guys. First was upper bracket and the lower bracket. Hello, hello. First we show the upper bracket and then the lower. Okay, thank you.
I lied awake for days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I could it down. Left a bad taste on my tongue, but my appetite's been growing now. I can see you crawling in your skin, but no one's coming out to hold you close. I'm pouring out the gasoline, so say hello to all my ghosts.
After countdown, we
Breathing slow. Ooh, love the hunt, love the high. Watching life fade from your eyes. Ooh, and this is not a warning. This is not a test.
Yeah, I was still waiting for confirmation for everything, like from other teams, because I was talking to multiple teams at the time. And I was kind of debating whether to take the DSG offer or go for something else. Honestly, one of the selling points for me was I talked to Niles, who was my coach on Maryville, and he advised me to take the offer. So overall, I'm happy I took it, and it was a pretty big offer to take. Hello, my name is Sajed. My achievements in collegiate, we won the championship 2025 and we won spring NACE that year. And currently I play ADC for Disguised in LCS. I'll be honest, I think collegiate, at least Maryville, really set me up for success in Tier 1. My day-to-day schedule is very similar to what Maryville kind of prepped me for. And so honestly, nothing has been too challenging so far. Everything I think I was pretty well prepared for. The thing I'm most excited for is just to get as many reps as possible playing against Tier 1 players. I think you can never be ready to like jump into Tier 1 until you actually play like the scrims and practice against like the best. And personally, my goal is to make top 3 in summer and go to Worlds. Yeah, I think the biggest jump in my career has been just joining Maryville. I was pretty lost and my options were pretty grim, but Maryville reached out to me and I remember like thinking, oh, I need Scary Jerry to make that promotion so I can take his spot, basically. Then I took his spot in Maryville, which was a really big step for me. And yeah, just competing in Maryville for the year I did really set me up as a player and as a person and just really helped me make the jump to Tier 1. I was part of some esports program in my high school. Like for my senior year, I got reached out to by a couple colleges, and that's kind of how I got into competitive a little bit. And I got like a taste of it, but I was very unsure of what I wanted to do. I played a year of OQs, which is like Tier 3, and then there's a combine that I got into by like 1 LP. That combine was the reason why I got my FlyQuest Academy tryout. Then because of that, I got into FlyQuest Academy, which was like the best Academy team that year. And then off my year in FlyQuest, I got into Maryville. Not only did it like make me better as a player, but made me better as like a person or like more well established to be independent. And then because of my year in Maryville, I got my LCS offer. My biggest piece of advice to anyone, specifically collegiate players, would be to manage your time a lot better. Like try to cut out all the time wasting things in your daily routines and to do stuff that benefit your health outside of the game. Because just doing like the feel good things, you know, going to the gym, getting sunlight, eating proper food will make you play like 2x better at least. So that'll affect your gameplay, and at the very least, if you don't make it to Tier 1 or like you don't achieve that goal of yours, then it's a lot better for your health and body and your mental state. Well, yeah, I mean, like, thank you for supporting me, like, anyone, especially, like, the Maryville people. That was definitely, like, a great experience that really shaped me to, like, who I am today. And, like, any collegiate players, like, if you're really aspiring to do this, make sure you're putting 110% effort, and anything you think you're doing, you might want to put in more, and you'll be, like, surprised, like, how much you might actually be able to do.
I think at first, when I first started playing League, my mom was really against it. But my dad said to me, if you're going to play games, like, you better do it well. And now he's very supportive. My mom's also supportive now, too. Hi, my name is Isaac, also known as Darkwings. I started my esports journey on Stony Brook University, and then after I dropped out of school, I went to pursue professional League of Legends. Part of it is like the game quality, like the speed at which the game is played. A pro team, you don't always know your teammates that well. You have to like create that connection. This year, I really wanted to make Worlds. I think getting to that like international competition is like super amazing. It's definitely a long journey. I don't think if you're not set on going pro from the beginning, it's probably going to be very hard to make it. I think my biggest breakthrough was, I guess, I personally worked with a coach called Drexler that helped me a lot. I think the start is showing kind of like a good performance, like whether that's collegiate or if you're playing amateur. I mean, right now it's mostly just those two ways of getting recognized. When you do get recognized from either like a scout or coaching staff from like a team, that's kind of how like the beginning starts. Once you get kind of seen for your skill, you'll potentially do tryouts with competing against other people in your role, seeing how well you do individually, how well you do in a team environment, how your communication is, stuff like that. The signing process is kind of annoying because they do look at like a lot of people. It depends on where you are based on what they see in you, and it could take a while.
Guys,
I think my brother
are you ready?
and my girlfriend have
Right.
supported me the most.
Great.
They always watch my games, and sometimes my brother gives me, some feedback, which is funny,
Have
but
fun.
I love it from him. I couldn't ask for a better brother. Like, he got me into League. I want my legacy to be someone who kind of climbed their way up from the bottom. I think last year I was playing in Tier 3 Open Qualifiers. We managed to make it into NACL. I got into my first Tier 1 team, DSG, and now I'm playing for Sentinels. I want to keep improving that. Hopefully I'll make it to Worlds this year. Thank you to everyone that supported me. I really valued my time playing with my teammates from all my teams previously. So if you ever join a team, I think you should try to make the most out of that experience.
3, 2, 1. We are with you guys.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to CLOL Finals 2026. My name is Rafa. I am joined here by Cubby, and every year, this is one of my favorite things that I get to look forward to. The fact that we got to be on it together on the analyst desk, now upgrading to the caster booth to cover what could be one of the best stories of collegiate history right here on your screen.
Yeah, I think we're in for a fun one today, as Maryville historically has had Winthrop's number in League of Legends. But honestly, the fact that Winthrop found a win in NACL, a 3-2 victory over Maryville, that was the first win in 1,817 days in a best-of-5. The last win Winthrop had was with an entirely different roster when they won the 21 CLOL Finals with Doxa at the helm. So I think there's a real opportunity for it to be competitive today. Maryville wants revenge for that last result, and Winthrop has the confidence needed to take Maryville again.
We'll see if they can maintain that conviction going forward into the 5-year anniversary of their last CLOL title, this marking the second time the program has ever entered a CLOL Championship final. But before we get further, let's remind everyone how we got here in the first place, because there was many teams, many programs that fought their way to try and make it to the apex of the collegiate championship here in 2026. And for Maryville University, well, they had a pretty straight shot to the top. They did not drop a single game on their way here. But the fact that they recently lost that best-of-5 against Winthrop in NACL playoffs now puts a bit of a bigger question mark on what this grand finals is going to look like.
Yeah, again, the upper finals, it was all Maryville, and Maryville throughout the entire run of this tournament, it did really look like they are the team to beat. I still somewhat feel that way, but Winthrop wants to make sure that NACL result wasn't just an aberration. It could be a trend, as they've got multiple players that are graduating, confirmed to be graduating, or potentially graduating for Winthrop, and definitely want to end their college career taking down the Titan that has really eluded them in both the CLOL final and also Maryville as a squad.
And for Winthrop University, they did make it to grand finals after even being knocked down to the lower bracket by Maryville University, but they were victorious over their other rivals in collegiate in Ole Miss, which is a team that they fell to last year in the 2025 championship, which then allowed Ole Miss to be the ones that contended against Maryville in that grand finals, where Maryville, after 6 years of not winning another championship trophy despite boasting one of the best programs in history of College League of Legends, finally found their first crown in that 6-year winter, marking it as 3 titles to their name. But one of the things that I'm also looking forward to as well, before we get further into this matchup, Matt, is before we got a chance to actually get into this grand finals, we know that Winthrop and Maryville had some time on their hands and they had some fun activities together. I'm not sure if we'll have time to show that as we are running a tight schedule. I know that it's on our docket list. We'll see if we can get a chance to cue that up.
Yeah, we'll see if we get the Scribble Challenge here in a sec. Of course, lower bracket. This was a double elimination tournament. So this was the route that Winthrop had to make it into the grand finals, as they were able to topple Ole Miss Esports, who had a very competitive series against Grandview University as well. So again, the 2 teams that made it throughout the entirety of the upper bracket, there was only one lower bracket series for Winthrop University, as of course they fell to Maryville, and were able to rebook that ticket into the finals.
Winthrop being able to defeat at least one of their prior collegiate rivals. Now they just have one more step to make it forward. But as we get further and further into this matchup, the tension is starting to build up. We've already highlighted a lot of or at least teased some of the talking points that we have planned for this matchup. But at the end of the day, it is the apex of the Collegiate Championship Grand Finals. Maryville University taking on Winthrop University. Saints versus Eagles. A rivalry that has been seen for many, many years, but mostly with Maryville boasting the victorious banner on top of them, having prevented Winthrop from being able to ascend to the top ever since their one and sole championship in 2021. But before we get further, I think this is now the time that we can share a little bit of fun content that we had between the 2 teams. So let's go ahead and cue that up.
Okay, going with video. Going with video, guys. Sorry with the delay.
Oh wait.
Nar's the first guest, bro.
5 letters.
Yes, 5 letters.
There you go. Wait, who's drawing?
Will.
Listen.
Where's the eraser?
Oh, okay. We're erasing everything.
Okay. Hey, in my head, it looked better in my head, actually.
You got 10 seconds, buddy.
What?
Actually, don't know what to what?
Okay.
What? Oh, I thought it's
Shut the
wrong.
confidence. I can see the vision.
I can't from. I actually can't.
I got this one. I
Oh,
told
which
you
is
get a
guessing?
vision and then it gets good.
Looks different in my head, you know.
What is that, bro?
Bro, what?
No way.
Why?
Oh. Oh.
It's a good drawing. And look at
It
what it
doesn't
is.
have blue hair though, does it?
This might not be the best drawing, but actually it's going there. Hey.
Is that not in the Fury? Oh.
Oh.
I got that.
Okay.
I got that.
Yeah, bro.
Hey,
really
Young's
think
better
that was
than
a
mine, bro.
champ.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Of course, bro. Classic.
Classic. Good drawing, bro.
Yeah.
He's a little big, bro. Just a little big.
I don't think he looks like this.
He's a top laner, bro. He's hungry, bro. He's always hungry.
Oh.
No. What do you mean the best drawing? Look at this, bro.
Well, come on. Oh.
He did a green square.
He's an artist, bro. He's actually an artist.
2 letters.
2 letters?
Champ.
Champion?
Arcane.
Oh, okay.
What?
Arcane, bro? Take a bite.
Oh, bro.
Oh.
Ah.
You needed that one, Guy. Actually, wait. I don't think it would have mattered.
No.
Then I
Bro,
thought
then I
it
thought
bro.
about everything this one. You know, maybe 3v2, but it was pretty easy. I'll take the win. You know, this is just a preview.
I guess I'll have to
Yeah,
find
you-
out, bro.
Going back to you. 3, 2, 1.
Just a preview, Mark. Just a preview.
That's right. And it's always nice to get a little pre-banter before such an epic finals. And speaking more on at least Winthrop's side on what makes this program so special and how long some of these members have been playing together, we've got Coach Tails here for a quick interview.
3, 2, 1.
I would say this team is very unique in the sense that everyone has known each other for a while, but it's really their first time gelling together as a team and making it, this far into CLOL, and in even the other competitions. I think it's like really coming and clicking together. Something I'm really proud of because, my goal as a coach is really just to see the moments where everyone's like kind of really understanding each other and really working well, being on the same page. I know it's cliche, but seeing that like light in their eyes, that sparkle almost, where they get it, each other and the game. I think that's really awesome to see.
Going with Team 1, Winthrop. Back to you
As
guys.
Tails said, this roster has been together for quite some time, at least the core of it. When you look at Denethor and Mobility, who joined this program in the fall of 2022, Wilson joining in the fall of 2023, Zach, back then known as Conveying before changing his name over to Papa, and then eventually Zach, had been also with the program since 2023, but wasn't technically a starter for the roster, was splitting time between him and Ivano. But like Tails said, this is the first time that this team has gelled this well together, now with Kim Down coming in as the most recent addition to the program earlier this spring. And this is definitely the best that the Eagles have looked since 2021.
Yeah, they've really stepped up. And for a team that does have multiple graduates coming in or people that could very much potentially be playing their last collegiate matches today, it has been fun to see them end on a high, as they've been a team that's been very competitive, of course, in the CLOL run, making the first final for Denethor and Mobility, two players that have always been thought very highly of in collegiate, but also NACL, where they have had their best finish and, of course, did topple Maryville on the way to do so. So it's been a great look for Winthrop University the last few weeks. Going to hopefully continue that today, as I know putting a spotlight at least on one of the stud players for Winthrop University. Our eyes in this matchup really going down to that bot lane. Mobility versus Scary Jerry is a great matchup, and one of the interviews that Mobility had behind the scenes, I'm not sure if you're going to fly it today, but he credited Scary Jerry as being his only competition in CLOL. And this was a matchup that I really felt like dictated that best of 5 that Winthrop was able to find the victory in, as Mobility did get the best of Scary Jerry in that series. And Mobility has been really, I think, stepping up in terms of his consistency. Feels like a player now where if he gets a lead, that does turn into a victory. In the past, I've had question marks about that. I do not feel that way this split.
Absolutely. And between him and Denethor, the most tenured 2 members in this Winthrop program, in this iteration of this roster, both of them we got a chance to sit down with and ask what it means to be competing not only at this high of level in collegiate, but also their most recent accomplishments between LCS and finishing their highest placing in NACL so far.
Comment video. 2, 1.
In life, I think being able to strive for something for so long and actually being able to get it is something most people, I think, don't experience. And it's a very fulfilling feeling. Like, even if I never touch LCS again, I didn't get what I exactly wanted. Like, obviously I want to be in LCS and like continuously play, but the feeling of like wanting something for 13 years and being able to experience it, even if it's just this once, is like a coming back from it. The way that I've been in my brain, or like how I felt, is like so complete almost. Like, I'm not complete in the sense of like I don't have the fire in me or anything anymore, but it's more like I could die happy is how I feel. Like, I got what I wanted all this time. So I think it was insanely good for my mental, which is why probably has something to do with why I feel like I'm having my best split, and potentially we can go on like our longest run or farthest run we've gone in. yeah, it's done a lot for my mental.
Being here 4 years and finally getting a chance to win the whole thing, I think taking home the trophy would mean a lot to me. I think we've always had the capability of winning. We've just never gotten there. So proving to myself and to everyone that we can win would be a lot.
2, 1. Where are you guys? Where would you?
Incredible to see how the stakes have changed for both of these players who, like we said, most tenured members on this Winthrop Eagles program. And while we haven't heard any news of them graduating yet, they are in their 4th years with the program, so it will be coming up.
Potentially Denethor is the last semester, is what I've been told, and what some of the interviews hinted at behind the scenes. So, but yeah, I love hearing Mobility talk about that confidence boost, just playing in LCS, like, hey, I've been there, I can do this, I'm going to bring that back to my college team. And this is the best split that we've seen out of Mobility, so definitely feel that in terms of his play. But that's going to be the story for the Eagles, Rafa. It's time to move on to the Saints. As Maryville, I know that Winthrop's been the hot hand. They very recently got the best of Maryville University, but man, I feel like they owned some rent-free space in Winthrop University's heads in the past, because if you haven't beaten a team in 5 years in a best of 5, that can compound on you. And Maryville, they still are the team to beat here in collegiate, as Winthrop going to try and challenge them today.
And we know coaching with Niles, or talking with Niles, who was on that Maryville program at least when they won the 2019 championship, now coaching them and trying to lead them to a 2nd year in a row of defending that championship, what it means to him on maintaining this legacy with Maryville.
Next video, 3, 2, 1.
Has been a bit elusive for Maryville over the years. Despite the fact that we're continually the top dog, sometimes we falter in the finals. So to reach the finals again just means we get a chance to continue our legacy and to redeem any failures that we've had in the past years. I think the culture that we're building in our program over at Maryville is just one of personal responsibility and accountability. Really building the skills that gamers need to succeed after they graduate and they go into the real world. I think also we're building a winning culture, a culture where everyone knows that if they want to make the leap from Tier 2 into Tier 1, that this is the place to be, and this is where players improve the fastest.
We have you.
All right.
For Maryville University, their starting 5. We did get word actually that Crimson is going to be starting over K, at least for the first game. We'll see if that changes based on how the best of 5 turns out. But UG, Spirax, Scary Jerry, and Obstinanus making up the rest of the core. As we mentioned before, in the entire collegiate bracket for 2026, they have yet to drop a single game. But in NACL playoffs, Winthrop University dealt them a incredible upset, 3-2 victory in that lower bracket, knocking them out of NACL playoff contention, where Winthrop are still in it in that lower bracket to see if they can make it all the way to Grand Finals. But for Maryville University, they've now had some time to try and recalibrate and make sure they can lock in to defend their throne here in Collegiate 2026.
Yeah, I mean, UG and Spirax have been a duo that's been so tough to beat in Collegiate, and Jerry and Obstinatus have been very dominant laners. So just curious to see if Maryville can really regain the confidence that I've seen, because in NACL and in CLOL, they have been the team to beat. They've been the team beating Winthrop, but Winthrop, of course, the hot hand. There was a great quote from Denethor we got from the NACL broadcast about how with all these games, you get a mix of comfort and adrenaline when you keep on winning, and that's a dangerous combination. Really feels like Winthrop's been riding the wave, but know that Maryville behind the scenes taking the last week to take inventory, try and practice and prep for the day. Already a change coming in with Crimson at the top lane. We'll see what kind of strategic changes, or if we just see a better series from them today.
And while Maryville University, like Niles mentioned, has been at the top of collegiate for so many years, they've only managed to win 3 championships so far, where Spirax has been a part of at least one successful championship recently in 2025, just last year. And he is part of he's the only member of that defending championship roster since Zamudo, Shimmer, Sajed, and Zyko no longer starting on this roster. And Yuji, who was part of at least the 2025 run to Grand Finals, got picked up by Team Liquid and LCS halfway through. So it was up to the other junglers to come in and finish the job for him, but Spyrax being that lone defender. Also, parallel to 2021, Matt, Spyrax in his first year with the Maryville program was the opponent that Winthrop took down in their first championship title in 2021.
Yeah, I do remember that. It was Spyrax really stepping in later to try and match the individual might of Doxa, as he didn't start at the beginning of the bracket, ended up playing in the later stages of the bracket. And that was a really fun series that, of course, Doxa and Saskio were able to get the best of, as Saskio got himself his third collegiate title in that best of 5 and is still the player that has the most collegiate titles in CLOL history. But Maryville going for their 4th today should be a fun one, and we'll see if their mid laner in Spyrax could be at the helm, as I know Spyrax is graduating or has graduated. So congrats to him, and we'll see if he can go out on a high.
What a way to culminate his entire collegiate career by successfully defending the throne for Maryville University, a feat that they have yet to accomplish despite the legacy they have built up these many, many years. And when we look at how this could potentially impact the rest of collegiate history, we have to look to the future, Matt. We have to look at not just the remaining defender from that 2025 championship roster, but also Obstinatus, who could be the future.
Yeah, of course, the impact of CLOL, a lot of opportunities for these players who are playing on scholarships for both schools, and has a big impact on domestic students, but also international students, which was really fun to hear from Obstinatus and his thoughts as he joined the Maryville squad this year, coming in from overseas.
I think collegiate esports is a blessing because, well, if you think that other countries don't have this and you have the opportunity to be playing esports while studying, and you don't stop studying ever, right? Like, as someone in your family just tells you, like, don't quit studying, well, you should follow that advice.
Very awesome opportunity for Obstinatus to continue his League of Legends career in the collegiate space, where finally able to get that education and work towards something that will provide him with, great value towards the next half of his life, or whatever he decides to do if he continues playing League of Legends and trying to aspire to a professional career, or decides to take his skills elsewhere. But we are very close to the start of our grand finals, and before we do, Matt, we need to check in with both teams on how they intend their vision and expectations for this series to play out.
Yeah, of course, got some words from both teams on expectations about what it's going to take to win today. So curious to hear from Kim Down first, Niall second, on what the roadmap's going to be to victory for either of these schools.
I think we just need to be ourselves and be confident and have trust in each other as a team. And and then we just go out there and just play as a team. I think we are getting better at it, like playing as a team together. And everyone is stepping up, which is very impressive. And if we can do that again, then I think we will have no problem beating them.
I think it's going to be a fist fight. That's my expectation versus the series in Winthrop, especially with how our most recent series went in the NACL, going to all 5 games, super, super late games, all about team fighting. It really doesn't matter who has an early lead in the series. It's really going to come down to how do the 5 players play together and how do they fight together. So I'm expecting it to be a fist fight.
I think it's no guess that, and it's no doubt that this series is going to go the distance, especially based on Winthrop's current form that they are showing here in NACL Spring, and the fact that they were victorious over Maryville for the first time in 1,817 days in the best of 5.
I gotta say, you're right at the hot hand, Rafa. You're on Winthrop 3-2. I've got Maryville 3-2. We're split but united in the fact that this is going to go the distance and be close. As I have faith that Maryville was able to take inventory and actually be able to come up with a little bit of a better game plan going into Winthrop. But man, Winthrop again have been on fire of late. And if it goes to Game 5, it really feels like Winthrop has some sort of magic sauce this time around, because they have been a team that has gotten out of Game 5s in 3 back-to-back series for NACL as they've taken down the 3rd, the 2nd, and the 1st seed. One of those teams, of course, including Maryville. So see Maryville that extra time off to practice and prep for this matchup in particular pays off today going up against Winthrop. But again, expecting a close matchup as Winthrop has really elevated their play of late.
Yeah, and as we get closer and closer to draft beginning for our collegiate grand finals here in 2026, let's start talking about win conditions for both of these teams and what they have been able to demonstrate as their pillars for success. When you look at Maryville, all collegiate season long, these guys have boasted some of the best laning phases, the best early pressure in the game, and they've usually just been able to stomp their opponents within the first 15-20 minutes of the game, boasting some of the biggest goal differences at that mark over any other team. Whereas recently Winthrop, they've glowed up in the mid-jungle synergy department, both Zach and Wilson stepping up their form and showing some of the best performances we've seen for them, maybe all career long from what we've seen.
Oh, not maybe, 100%. I think that it really has been the supporting cast of Wilson and Zach that have stepped up to make sure that Winthrop can be as competitive as possible going in. And this is a team, at least looking at the stats we had for NACL, on average in the last 18 games for playoffs, they're down gold significantly at 15. It's around 600 gold down. So I think it really speaks to the later stages of macro and decision making that we are seeing from them that has enabled them to make the run in the Tier 2 league and hopefully enables them to make that run today against Maryville in the CLOL finals.
And Maryville University have yet to show consistent late game discipline when they are pushed to the brink. And I know that in earlier interviews, Niles had talked about, well, that is definitely the one thing we have to work on is if we are pushed to that moment, we need to be able to lock in and not panic in those late game scenarios, since quite frankly, they weren't used to it throughout all of the collegiate games that they have played between CLOL, NACE, Division 1, and NACL, at least during the regular season. But here we go, y'all. CLOL Finals 2026, starting off with our first draft, and right off the bat, Bard, Nico, a lot of support bands targeted towards Maryville University.
Yeah, those are going to be 2 contested supports throughout this series, as both Kimdown and Obstinatus have really been quick to snatch up those engaged champions. I think it's been a little bit more important for Kimdown, as Obstinatus is still playing some of the enchantress being lane dominant with Scary Jerry in the bot side, as another support gets taken away. And kind of daring, I think, Maryville to actually ban out the Seraphine, as Oriana still going to have that higher priority here. So Winthrop University, we'll see if they end up snagging that Seraphine for themselves. Or, Lucian Milio, that's big for mobility. This champion's been the most banned champ against mobility in NACL. Gets his hands on it in this game 1.
We were wondering whether this would show up this early in the draft. Now, Lucian combined with Milo has been a great and very common pairing into what has dominated the bot lane meta in Ashe Seraphine, but Maryville are going to try and pivot around the fact that Lucian has been locked in. Nautilus combined with either, I'm assuming, a Misfortune, maybe a Kaisa. What are you thinking, Matt?
Against the Lucian, we'll see. I think you have an option to snag maybe a Caitlyn too. Not the most traditional lane, but a champion that we're seeing be taken up against Lucian a bit. That said, gonna drop AD, secure a mid laner that ever since Deathfire Touch was added back into the game. Cassio Prio has been through the roof. Definitely dissuades Zach from picking up the Rise here, that I think is one of his stronger champions as well. So a lot of mid laners okay signing up for the range disadvantage you get with Cassio, just leaning on the strength, and then also the sheer amount of move speed that you get later on, which actually gets Cassio into the later stages of the game, is quite the menace. But that Cataclysm going to help at least contain the snake, as Wilson going to take Jarvan.
Now, the real question is, what can Winthrop combine with that Jarvan Cataclysm to make sure that anytime that they capture Spyrex inside its walls, what can they do to burst it down? Melio going to still be paired with the Lucian, will get a lot of value into things like the Petrifying Gaze at the very least, and any roots procced by Nautilus's passive. As you called out, Matt, while not necessarily a traditional pairing, Caitlyn could be a potential option for Scary Jerry just to maintain some range advantage and some early pressure, but they're going to bypass that 80 carry option for now, just lock in the Vi, guarantee some additional point and click into what is a very mobile threat from Winthrop University.
Yeah, I mean, we're used to seeing both Nautilus and Vi be answers in Emilio, but this time around they got both. As shout out to Max, helping out with the content always for Winthrop, getting a view of their team room as they turn. And we'll say, as we go through the rest of this draft, I think taking away champions that can counter the Cassio, of course, mid lane showing for Maryville, whereas Winthrop they're showing AD, but no AD picked up yet for Scary Jerry. I think that's going to be the option. Wouldn't be surprised we see an Ezreal ban potentially as well. And just some safety going into the Lucian Milio lane that can be deadly.
So, just an update for folks. We are on live patch for Grand Finals. So this is 26-11. I'm going to be keeping my eye out for...
Oh, dear Lord.
For some interesting champions later in this series. I think for our first couple of games, we're going to still be playing a lot of the comfort, a lot of the standard that both of these teams have really put a lot of reps in recently in NACL playoffs, as well as during the regular season. But once we get to those later games, Matt, we have some fun pocket picks that could be brought out here in this finals as, like you mentioned, the Renekton being taken off the table, trying to eliminate some solid lane pressure picks, some blind picks from Crimson's side, Jace being taken off the table. Curious what this is trying to set up, or at least deny from Denethor, as the Gnar has already been taken off the table from the first round of bans. Denethor has shown that he is willing to play the Camille, maybe not in the first couple of games, but definitely in the later parts of the series.
Well, no Renekton on the table. Going to be a quick Ambessa walk-in for Crimson. So Crimson, I think really being able to show his stuff on the carries as someone that, credit to Maryville, we have seen Crimson and K swap time here and there. Really think that it speaks to Maryville, the system that they have, that when we did see Crimson in the NACL, we couldn't really tell much of a difference. It felt like the same role fitting into the team, just a different player. And Crimson did play and execute that quite well. So looking forward to seeing if that can continue today as, of course, Crimson competing. K was in the last series against Winthrop, so Maryville making that change. And again, could be flexible today. Oh boy, Rafa, you were asking for combos with Jarvan Cataclysm. What about Camille Galio maybe turning back the clocks and also giving Denethor one of his signature champions?
I'm getting flashbacks to Season 8, man. Obviously, Camille was in the jungle at that point, but Camille Galio, that is a tale as old as time combo, and then with the Jarvan on top of it, whoever is the unlucky poor soul that gets locked in by a Hextech ultimatum, you are not escaping, my friend. And Scary Jerry realizes, well, I might as well try and escape the Cataclysm and get out of range from a Camille Hextech ultimatum with this Ezreal. So, like we said, maybe not necessarily the most traditional pairing that we have found with Nautilus, but the nice thing about this is that Scary Jerry with the Ezreal can operate in a 1v2 if he needs to, or solo by himself, and allow Obstinatus to get on the map, be proactive, and try and roam with Yuji and Spyrax to see if they can make that early game snowball manifested.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting, man. The live patch, we had a lot of changes that came in for the game, including Enchantresses being nerfed and overall engage supports being buffed. So I think that change immediately. Grubs also being stronger overall, Rafa. Obstinatus being able to move. I expect Maryville to try and play Grubs. Again, Maryville, a team that usually dedicates themselves towards playing through the early game, finding leads, and trying to build off those leads and really never let go of the lead that they had in draft. I think Maryville has always been a team that is focused on playing the game from minute 0. So we'll see if that can happen today, because this first game composition is one where I really feel like they're going to need to get things started early.
The moment has finally arrived, y'all. Game 1 of the Collegiate League of Legends Grand Finals. Game 1 is about to begin, and we're already hitting Summoner's Rift, getting to see those changes take place. As we said before, this is the live patch 2611, and I love that you brought up not only the support changes but also the grubs changes, because that already tells me that Maryville are doing their homework, getting a leg up here on Grand Finals with this early adaptation in the draft. Because if Obstinatus can get off the map very early on and start playing towards this top side, despite Denethor being one of the best top laners we have seen in terms of performance, not only in the regular season but also now in playoffs, Crimson's going to need all the support he can get to make sure that Denethor doesn't use that advantage to leverage Winthrop into a winning position here in Game 1.
Yeah, signature Camille for Denethor. That's always been big. Do want to focus in. Interesting build coming in from Zach, actually going for the Adaptive Helm on the Galio. I've not seen this as he's playing it mid. And do like Jerry taking that exhaust spot, trying to limit the burst of Lucian Milio. We've already had summoner spells burned in that bot side, as Obstinatus burned the flash, Jerry burned the exhaust, and that did get the barrier traded out by Mobility's Lucian.
Maintaining that level 1 dominance, as Scary Jerry and Obstinatus have kind of made a name for themselves here in the tier 2 space, doing all year long and trying to maintain that as one of the pillars of success for Maryville's game plan. But we'll see if they can continue that, and whether Mobility and Kim Down can bounce back. Junglers starting out on opposite clears here, where Wilson is pathing towards the top side to try and maybe alleviate some pressure for Denethor and continue that early lane advantage, or for Yuji on his case, needs to make sure that he is protecting that bot lane. But the other thing here, Matt, that I want to point out, because you have a Nautilus, not an Enchanter, you have dive capabilities alongside this Vi. So Kim Down and Mobility need to make sure that their health bars aren't too low, that the dive looks extra juicy to pull off.
Yeah, we'll see if Yuji ends up making his way down there. Emilio now with level 3. You do need points in those abilities to really start feeling the heat of Emilio in the bot lane. But I think overall, that's got to be the game plan for Maryville. I mean, we've got a depth charge, a cease and assist, and public execution that both those other prior tools I mentioned help set up the ladder. Gotta believe that the game plan is going to be as mobile as Lucian can be. If one of those point and clicks connects, Ambessa gets into the backline. That last nerf we saw on Ambessa's alt cast time doesn't really apply when the point and clicks are landing. So I think that Maryville does very much expect to see them try and attack theirs. Oh boy, dive top. We had Wilson convert onto Crimson.
Well, we said it before, the mirror clears gave Wilson an advantage to try and continue helping Denethor maintain that pressure. Well, why not just go for a dive in the early game? Denethor able to chip Crimson down low enough, and there was a flash burn by Crimson, and unfortunately for him, still was not enough to survive.
Big play on the top side as, again, this Camille, Denethor's Camille, is one that has been so elusive in every level that we've seen. Denethor, going back to when we first saw him, he's someone I used to call a tier-less top laner before it was Fearless draft. Like, if Camille or Nara was up, he was playing that. If not, his next pick was Sejuani. And he really had to evolve into the competitive 5s top laner that was able to be flexible to pull out these picks. Now, that hasn't been an issue for Denethor, it feels like, for years. But to see him go back to the well, back to what got him here in the first place, and convert with Wilson on that dive against Crimson. Hot start for Winthrop University as they get gold on a carry that's going to need to be big this game.
Already has that Sheen component purchase, which, with those tactical precision trades off of the Empowered Q, ooh, that's going to hurt. And Crimson on this Ambessa doesn't really get to have access to sustain until that level 6, where he gets the Omni Vamp as well as the armor penetration. So being able to threaten and already put Crimson behind before that point, really heads up play from Wilson. We'll see if UG can make an impact similar to that Gravity on the other side of the map, as you already pointed out. With Obstinatus here on the Nautilus, those dives should be lethal, and Mobility is already at half HP with Barrier and Flash. Let's see if they can outplay it. Obstinatus is going to be the first one to walk up. Good preemptive Q from Kim down to try and delay the dive as much as possible. Mobility flashing forward! They kill Obstinatus! The summit area is almost enough to finish off Scary Jerry, and they're still surviving! UG, Scary Jerry, and Obstinatus do not get anything done on the bottom side of the map.
Level up comes in for Mobility. Another campfire as the Winthrop bot lane survives. Really well managed by both Mobility and Kim Down as they juggle the aggro. And I think Kim Down caught a couple significant cooldowns and things going from bad to worse as the bot lane dive fails. The top lane dive for Winthrop converts as Crimson goes down again.
Oh boy, Winthrop off to a fantastic start. We highlighted that we're expecting Maryville to still be able to have those fantastic early game leads, and for Winthrop to be the ones that managed to make a comeback in the mid game off of smart play. This is just a straight up snowball from Winthrop right from the get-go.
And again, not what we really expect in terms of the game plan. I think the saving grace are really coming in. We've given so many deserved kudos over to Wilson and Zach for how they've really been able to step up in a way that I like the joke. You know, the Jets never got out of Zach Wilson themselves. But these guys have really elevated their play, and I think have been a big part of Winthrop's run. It is Spyrax that, with that blind pick Cassiopeia, does have the big lead so far into the Galio. I think Galio going to be more of a role player, trying to make sure that those entrances are big with the Cataclysm and also that Hextech ultimatum over the top. But Cassio, if you get far enough ahead of the game, can be tanky enough to kind of absorb that. So I think for Maryville, that's the one point of power they have on the map right now. We'll see if they can use it at all, as Spyrax, the lone defender of that CLOL title they had. Trying to make it happen here.
Oh no, bad timing on the dredge line. Went to go for a pull, but Wilson was around the corner, and Mobility starting to rack up the kills here in game one.
And I mean, this is kind of a dire game. It's a 1K gold lead for Winthrop. They're going to set their eyes on this dragon, which you got to assume is going to be theirs. And a lot of the times when I see Vi in a composition, I'm thinking, all right, 530 dragon, denting blows, take full advantage of the power of that, right? They're not going to be available, as the bot lane, too many kills so far for Winthrop. Kim Down, they have the pressure as Obstinate is still making his way back to lane. I say that. On the way back, Mobility and Kim Down, they don't try and opt for the dragon there. They do opt to get the wave in and off the base. I think that UG is going to pull this dragon. We'll see if Maryville can secure this one for themselves, because the fact that this dragon's been delayed on the Vi, a positive for Winthrop, and Wilson can easily drop this and go up towards those grubs that were buffed on this patch, and giving Camille more split push power is something that sounds good to me.
There's at least some decent vision control from Maryville's side on those river entrances to the grubs, so they'll have some time to at least be able to calculate whether they want to defend them or finding out a response appropriate to it. As UG decides to at least just take a walk, see if he can make sure that Wilson only gets 2 out of the 3. He has Cryo from Spyrax. Scary Jerry and Obstinatus already swapping to the top side of the map, so they'll have more members here. It might be enough, as Wilson tries to go in. I think he got that second grub for himself, so UG will just maintain the 1.
2-1 split.
And Winthrop, yep.
It's 2-1 split. UG ends up picking the 2. So was able to snag that one for himself. As the invade continues, and Obstinatus moment on up here. Again, Riot in the patch notes, they cited specifically buffing engaged supports and also buffing up the grubs so that if engaged supports walk to the top side, gives those teams more power. Will be nice for Maryville to have that 2-1 split. No, I teased the split push power of the Camille that Denethor has, but of course, and best if given any free time, can be pretty dire too, as we did have some swaps come in. Will be answered late by Winthrop, and curious to see what the damage dealt on the scoreboard is, because I feel like Winthrop's bot lane got pretty far behind in that scenario.
Even had Denethor use his teleport just to answer to the swap on the bottom side of the map, taking a big chunk out of Crimson's health bar, but instead of sending Crimson back into the bottom side of the map, they are sending Scary Jerry and Obstinatus back into bot lane. Wilson is here to cover it, as well as Mobility and Kim down. Could they do a 4v2 teleport coming in as well from Zach? It's going to be a 5-man squad against the bot lane of Maryville University. And the EQ finds Scary Jerry into the Cataclysm, into the Hextech Ultimatum. The full combo with Zach over the top. Obstinatus finds at least a trade onto Kim down, but he's not long for this world either. Mobility takes an extra turn shot with the barrier. Spyrex now here trying to rectify the wrongs here for Maryville University. Finds one in the death floor. Big shutdown goes into the snake. EQ re-engaged from Wilson. Petrifying Gaze doesn't find much. Cataclysm blocks him down. UG under trouble. Makes it out with the flash, but Wilson doesn't die either. And the True Shot Barrage is not lethal to Mobility. Winthrop still pulling ahead with the snowball.
It is on that play, but Crimson's getting free time top, and I think Winthrop overcooked a little bit there. The tower was really heating up and ripping tower shots into Winthrop University. That is how they want to play the comp. They want to find the dive. They were able to punish Scary Jerry, who has a flashy Q. Yeah, gonna get the flash out of Mobility. Well played as we have the trade there. That's a trade up for me for the Ezreal. Gets to play with more range, but yeah, I feel like Winthrop, again, overcommitted a bit. That is how they want their comp to play, but I think they played that one a little bit too fast. I think there's a window in there to drop, reset the heat on the tower, and then try and find the dive later on. The fact that they just continued the dive, those tower shots hit heavy and did get Spyrax some shutdown gold on top of the lead he already had in lane. So solo laners of MU, I think, got a lot out of that scenario, even if Scary Jerry went down.
It allows Maryville to not fall dastrously behind, where that kind of play could have set Winthrop up ahead, potentially 2,000-3,000 gold, but the shutdown's coming in. Crucially onto Spyrax, who is one of the big late game investments for this squad here in game one. Gonna see if he can pivot that into something greater. Kim down, forced to flash as Yuji was shown in the area, making sure that he escaped the range of that vault breaker.
I think Wilson's going to get involved on the top side here. Could see a little back and forth as Yuji's going to go defend his top side camps. Wilson trying to take a camp away for himself to make his way onto the red buff, and that will be spotted. Wilson going to have to head for the hills. Doesn't have an EQ quite yet. Okay, able to get over the wall, and will find himself a crab on that side. So Yuji able to defend his camp. A little bit more calmness on the Rift at the moment, Rafa. As I do think we haven't really hit on the scaling of this game. I personally benefit. I think the scaling, it's kind of a mixed bag for me, because it's an Enchantress team versus an Ambessa Cassio that does scale very hard. I have faith in Winthrop's ability to consistently be able to execute. I think that's going to be the difference, but if Cassio and Ambessa get big enough where the initial wombo of Winthrop isn't enough, that's where things could start to get concerning.
And I think that's the overall change in identity Niles with Maryville University has wanted to push, because as we talked about before, the regular season and a majority of the collegiate season for Maryville have boasted a lot of strong early game compositions, and they've just stomped their lanes and they end it in around 20-25 minutes. And no question, no real contest from the opposition here. But with some late game investments, Maryville are no strangers to the fact that their late game in some of these scenarios have not been as disciplined or as clean as it should be for a program that boasts so much prowess. They are now trying to make good on that promise here with the power of the solo lanes, but because they're somewhat behind the curve, Wilson's the first onto this Dragon Pit. Maryville trying to approach to see if they can look for a fight after, as Yuji separated from Obstinatus and Scary Jerry. This dragon does belong to Winthrop University.
Canceled
the actually cancels the dredge line. Death Charge tries to slow down the follow-up, but Wilson can just throw down the Cataclysm and clip Yuji as he was going for a Vault Breaker. That's double disaster and a double kill for Mobility on top of it.
Yeah, I mean, Zach's all didn't even get involved. The E hit the wall. It just didn't matter. Winthrop is 5. Overwhelm Maryville, who were looking to contest that river, not able to be found. And Winthrop, Denethor TP's top, going to try and funnel some gold into himself. A lot of tools burned from Winthrop, so I don't think they can continue any of the plays. But Maryville really trying to play out these 3 lanes to get their solo lane strong. You can see the reach that Winthrop has between the Camille, the Jarvan, and the Galio over top. Their ability to find these picks from distance, I think, is really catching Maryville off guard and has Winthrop up early in this game.
It's not a huge gold lead, but Winthrop slowly ballooning that into a very confident snowball here. Rift Herald now spawning.
Yeah, 2K gold, full control for Winthrop so far.
Yep. Rift Herald now spawning here at the 15-minute mark. Wilson and the majority of the Winthrop members already here on the top side of the map. Zach has teleport available if he needs to join the fray. Yuji defending Spyrax as he maintains somewhat of a freeze here, trying to continue getting resources for this Cassiopeia late game investment. But Wilson wants to threaten it. Zach still at the ready with that TP, despite answering Crimson on the bottom side of the map. Winthrop just showing their forces, brute forcing the rest of Maryville out of the defensive range of this Rift Herald, and now they can secure this objective. I take that back.
If Maryville is able to stall out this Herald a little bit, benefits Crimson on the bot side because this is a rocket.
Oh, he's on vision!
Galio, oh no.
Wilson recalling on a ward, thought he was safe, and Maryville pounds for the punish. Wilson still has a flash, tries to heal off the cozy campfire, but he knows that he is not escaping anytime soon, does not bother burning the flash, and Rift Herald belongs to Maryville instead.
That's big, because they're winning on both sides of the map. What I was going to talk about was Crimson going into this Galio. Galio can't really deal with Ambessa. So Crimson being behind in this scenario is able to kind of pick up gold. And I like Spyrax playing into this Camille. I think one of the unique traits of Cassio is that she side lanes really well into these fighters. And we've seen the ground come down just to prevent hook shots. Also the ground at Cassio's feet in case Denethor hops onto the Cassio, so then you can't Hextech Ultimatum. You cannot R out of the ground for that. So I do like what Maryville is doing with their side lane assignments. Think that the Cassio into Camille and the Ambessa into Galio, that's a double win for Maryville.
Miasma down. Oh, and well-timed Hextech Ultimatum dodges the petrifying gaze. The flash comes out a little too late from Spyrax because the Denethor tactical precision still goes through. And Denethor's Camille shining bright here on the CLOL final stage here in Game 1.
Yeah, that, my friends, is a Camille main. As Denethor able to find a big play, and Crimson trying to answer public execution, doesn't find Camille, but he flashes in.
And he gets it. At least trades 1 for 1, but this turret is going down. Crimson might be able to hold his own now that he's got Obsinatus right behind him. Wilson forced to flee with the EQ flag and drag. Meanwhile, there's a play happening in the mid lane. Zach is teleporting to it to try and back up mobility. We'll see if anything further happens from it, but Scary Jerry already popped one of his summoner spells to make sure that it wasn't going awry. Mobility did burn the flash in the exchange.
I really like that look from Crimson. I think that's a big shutdown again to get onto the Ambessa. And Ambessa later on, when you get 16 plus, this champion is such a bear to deal with in the back line. I don't think it really matters how far ahead Camille is in this game, just because, again, if Maryville's able to execute the public execution on top of a depth charge or a cease and assist, they can pick what target they want to find. As we get a second look, check out this Hextech Ultimatum. Goes unstoppable, dodges out on the petrifying gaze. And again, Kimmy here, enough health to make sure that Denethor doesn't fall, as meanwhile, mid laner Winthrop in trouble. Good flash.
Zach just flashing away from danger, making sure that he escapes the grasp of Yuji and Spyrax there.
Yeah, the ground was kind of around the wall, so the fact that he stepped forward and then flashed backwards was quite nice. As Zach makes sure that he eludes that gank, has done a decent job of catching back up in some CS, but some chaos early on here, Rafa. Honestly, not too surprised given CLOL. These teams do like to play fast. It still is Winthrop that has that 1.5K gold lead. And we got Dragon spawning. It's a Cloud Soul on the Rift. I think everyone's happy to see Cloud Soul, let's be honest, especially if your name is Oxcast over in the LCK. But at the moment, there are 3 top. I don't think that Maryville or Winthrop has spotted Maryville on the top side, but this crab being down, Maryville has full info, and they're giving this dragon, opting to play elsewhere as they look to Denethor's Camille to attack, and Denethor, wise to it, backs off, so win for Winthrop.
True Shot Barrage a little off. It's okay. I think Wilson was going to be able to secure it, but it doesn't hurt to try to go for the cheeky snipe. Denethor keeping eyes on Yuji and Obsinatus as they make their way out of Winthrop jungle territory. and just constantly trying to hover Crimson on the top side. You can see that Maryville understanding that, hey, we need to make sure our solo lanes are in a good spot to post 20 minutes. Crimson now looking for the flank. No flash. Public execution dashed out of range by Mobility's Lucian. Scary Jerry a little too low to continue the play, at least within effective range of Winthrop University. So he's going to take a recall while this Rift Herald is dropped in the mid lane.
And that's going to be a Shelly that's not serving her purpose. As no battle Shelly, no crash. And that good play around the Herald for Maryville, where they caught Wilson on the ward, kind of goes to the wayside in terms of potential value. Another small win for Winthrop. As the gold gap has closed a bit, but still, Winthrop, they're the ones that have the tools and have been using them early to find a lead against Maryville University. I think the big key for Maryville, again, getting the Cassio and getting the Ambessa to the later stages of this game. 16 plus Ambessa once you get 3 ranks in that ultimate where you get the free armor pen and Omnivamp. I have strong thoughts about that. And then Cassio as well. You can just get tanky enough where I think the goal is to absorb this initial dive and engage coming out from Winthrop University. So do think it's important that Winthrop continues to find ways to speed up the pace of this game, as Wilson lying await against Denethor and Yuji as well sitting here.
Oh, who's going to pounce first? It's Wilson that fires the Cataclysm, but Yuji fires back with a cease and desist right on top of Denethor, and the top laner is in trouble. Eagle's top laner goes down. Crimson survives for now. Kim down is just a support melee who can't do anything to finish the job that Wilson was looking for, and Yuji with a well-timed counter gank. Meanwhile, back to the mid lane. Mobility is protected by Zach's heroic entrance. Maryville University with a 3-man squad do not knock down the Lucian.
That's really the first sequence that we've seen Maryville, for me, win in terms of grouping up, right? The Wilson and the Herald, that was a pick. That was a good 2v2 they were able to pick up. Yuji didn't have the Black Cleaver completed yet, but he was ahead of level against Wilson. I think that ended up making a big difference, because between that and the Ambessa Beyblade damage coming in, ensured that Maryville was able to win out on that skirmish and even up the gold on the scoreboard.
Very crucial for Maryville University to make sure that Winthrop do not continue that snowball now that the gold lead is somewhat at parity. If the Eagles are not able to break open the game soon before Spirax and Crimson start hitting the likes of 3rd and 2nd items respectively, things are going to be a lot more difficult for Winthrop to try and burst out these threats while trying to also hunt for Scary Jerry on this signature Ezreal in the back line.
Deep breath here before we get Dragons coming up again. Don't have the timer on our screen here, Rafa, but I think that last Dragon was taken around the 18:30 mark, so I think we're a minute away from another Cloud Dragon coming in. Potential soul point for Winthrop University. As still think the key for Maryville, this is, I think, the first spike they kind of have, or when they start to potentially spike in this game. The fact that we have Miramana evolved on Scary Jerry, who got low from a Denethor engage, and the engage continues from Wilson. Trying to force
Jerry
Yuji
already
out.
chunked.
Yeah.
Denethor was threatening there. Exec Ultimatum at the ready. We are just about a minute before Dragon does spawn here. It would be the 3rd Dragon of the game for Winthrop University. Good at least for Maryville to have snagged one of those early Dragons so that Winthrop did not find themselves at Cloud Soul Point. This turret is under fire. Denethor snagged up at the dredge line. Hextech Ultimatum dodges barely, but the Death Charge still goes through on the couple members here. Heroic Entrance and Cataclysm over the top. Crimson with a well-timed public execution answers back, and Denethor is the first to fall. Yuji is the next one to drop. Mobility trying to fire on the right side, but a well-timed exhaust from Scary Jerry cuts his damage down to size, and Scary Jerry reigns supreme as the marksman in that duel. Winthrop University bested in the turret siege.
Again, I think the turret being up did some decent damage, but for me, Mobility got distracted in that fight. He was chasing Obstinatus, who had Aftershock up and was kind of forced out of the fight already. I think Mobility being split from the rest of his team, again, that enabled Crimson's damage to make a big difference in this fight, as I know he was set behind early on the Ambessa thanks to 2 good dives from Wilson. But he's bounced back nicely as we get a replay. Just keep your eyes on Mobility. He chases Obstinatus in a world where I don't think you need to chase Obstinatus. Just continue fighting in the front line. He took his damage out of the fight, and yes, they find Yuji, but Mobility needs to be the damage. I mean, this is a Galio and a very bursty comp around Mobility. He has the DPS, and really the sole DPS, compared to all the ult and the shotgun-heavy compositions that we have from Winthrop. So I think a big play for Maryville there. as that's going to get them Dragon priority. They're going to even up the score. And again, we like the scaling of these Maryville solo laners. We've really seen Crimson step up in the last couple of fights, and Spyrax continues to amass health and wealth on his shoulders. So I think the dive is only going to get harder for Winthrop University and the Eagles from here.
And for those of us who are just tuning in now on the LCS channels on Twitch and YouTube, welcome y'all. This is the Collegiate Grand Finals between Winthrop and Maryville University, where Wilson tries to find a pick onto Crimson on the top side of the jungle, but escapes thanks to the help of Spyrax's Miasma. Wilson with the re-engage on the Cataclysm on the multiple members here. Can they follow up though? Mobility's trying to free fire into the pit, but doesn't get much damage done. Denethor is forced to retreat, and the rest of Maryville still stands strong as 5, ready for a re-engage. Yuji finds the Vault Breaker onto Denethor. Zach is going to be the next on the chopping block, and Yuji just refuses to stop. Yuji continues the charge, and Mobility, the last member standing, makes it out alive, but Maryville will claim their ultimate prize in the Baron Nashor.
And just like that, full control of the game over to the Saints, as that engage, quick from Winthrop, felt a little forced at times. Mobility, again, he needs to be the one pumping out the damage. Just didn't feel like he could reach the priority targets. And the scaling of Crimson, he did get that level 16. Spyrax with the double item evolve, and the Andre is in tow as well. Just too much now for Winthrop University to deal with in the 5v5.
This Cataclysm re-engaged looks hopeful, but there's just not
Spyrax.
Enough burst damage follow-up on top of it as well.
Spyrax petrifying gaze on the Galio. That did stop the ultimate from coming in. Really clutch play from him. I mean, I think that if Zach lands in that fight, Mobility gets some more time to create space and try and free fire. But Spyrax with the interrupt clutch is, again, the only member of Maryville University trying to defend that title they got last year on the squad. Was a different stack. As, of course, Yuji and Jerry both did return from their time in Tier 1 and trying to get the title for themselves, which they failed to get going up against St. Louis University in a pretty big upset 2 years back. So,
yep. The 2024 championship, where Maryville were hoping to end their winter of not winning a title since 2019. It had evaded them until 2025, the next year, and that victory belonged to Zamudo, Shimmer, Spyrax, Sajed, and Zyko. But now this roster trying to make up for their shortcomings in the NACL lower bracket after dropping to Winthrop University in that 3-2 best of 5. Maryville are showing, I have to say, a different look, but they are starting to come away with the lead and the victory so far here in Game 1, now with a 4,000 gold advantage against Winthrop at 27 minutes.
So for folks at home, we are on the new patch. I know it's going to be a preview of the LCS playoffs today. I know, Rafa, we were talking about Imperial Mandate and some of the proponents of it. It's coming in on the Galio. Get increased ability haste on the E, the W, and the R.
Wow.
Cheap item spike for Zach trying to be found. Speaking of finding, Mobility takes a chunk from Jerry. Yuji maybe bluffing to find a cease and assist, but with this Baron, Siege is going to continue for Maryville. As Denethor trying to answer, get what he can done in the side lane. But of course, down to Baron, it's going to be Winthrop forced to respond to the beat of Maryville's drum on the Siege.
Yuji's on the bot side. He's got Spyrax leaning over as well. Maybe they can get a quick pick, but Denethor taking note of that. Hang on. Members are missing from mid lane. I should try and get out. I don't know if he's going to get out, though.
Yeah.
Yuji has closed the distance. Cease and desist at the ready. And Denethor completely cut off in his retreat path. Winthrop University's top laner falls to the pick of Maryville.
I feel like for Winthrop, I have to go back to kind of that 4th dragon and the fight they had in the mid turret. I feel like that was really the turning point of the game. And honestly, want to give some kudos to Crimson, who, of course, for LCS fans, this is Sniper's twin brother. He is playing on Maryville University, and he was not the starter for the majority of the year. In fact, he wasn't playing in the last CLOL series, where Maryville did 3-0 Winthrop in the winners finals. But stepping in today was focused with 2 early dives from Wilson and Denethor, who is a signature Camille player. His ability to bounce back in this game, I feel like, was a really big difference maker. He's going to Mbessa after level 16, just the raw stats you have in your passive and then the damage that this champion brings to the fights. I don't think Ambessa can be dealt with anymore. And the setup they have around the Ambessa to enable it with the Vi and Nautilus to guarantee the public execution's landing. Crimson's taking full advantage of that after a tough lane phase. And yeah, he wins this trade. This is not a fight Wilson wants.
Oh no, Wilson trying to get some information on that top quadrant, hovering Zach, and the cancel from Crimson, able to deny Wilson a retreat path off of the public execution, making sure that Maryville maintained this advantage, now climbing to a 5,000 gold lead, and another dragon is up for the taking.
Very cleanly played by Crimson, and the fight continues. Blast Cone to the Doom.
Death charge right onto Zach as he teleported to the bottom side of the map, or at least he got there with the heroic entrance, but mobility under fire as Yuji is doing all the work in the backline, and the poison from Spyrax finishes the job, picks up Denethor on the right side of the fight. Maryville University pretty much just a couple of fights away from closing out game one.
Honestly, really good try from Kim Down to get mobility out of there as he flashed forward and threw all of his tools down onto the Lucian, but Yuji was enough. And Yuji, again, a player that you guys have seen at LCS, he's eclipsing his mid laner in farm. Yuji, always someone that whenever we see him, whatever picks he plays, he always farms so efficiently. This guy's always clearing his jungle on time. I know that that seems like something that we should just expect out of pros. I don't see it from all the pros, especially in Fearless Draft, where sometimes they're put on champions that aren't comfortable. I always see it from Yuji. This guy is such a mechanically gifted player. And did a really good job of at least keeping his economy up. I think the first play they really turned things on the bot side too was that 2v2 they found against Wilson and Denethor, where Yuji was up a level, they focused the right target. And the top side of Maryville really stepping up, which of course, change coming in for Crimson playing in this series. Clutch. And honestly, I mean, a change that Maryville has not been afraid to make in the past, Rafa. I feel like this change is kind of similar to Wolfie versus Spyrax in the 21 finals, where they did lose, but they ended up playing Spyrax, the young gun, because he had the mechanics to try and match Doxa in that 21 CLOL final. I think that's kind of the same logic here, as Crimson, of course, a very mechanically gifted player coming from some family pedigree, and also just his own accomplishments on the ladder. He's really stepped up in this game, stepping into the shoes of the top lane for Maryville, and ensuring that they are playing from ahead. So I think it's been a confidence builder for Crimson stepping into the starting lineup, trying to step up in the CLOL final.
Maryville gonna try and ride out the snowball to an uncontested second Baron, where Winthrop not able to really respond appropriately, not able to get anything on the cross map since the dragon was already secured a minute ago. Maryville now have first touch on the next mid wave. Winthrop are trying to, I guess they were looking for some kind of isolated pick, but everyone from Maryville has done a good job of staying close together, strong in numbers, and making sure no one is caught out late at night on the sidewalk. And Winthrop University are going to have to take their defenses back to the base, but Zach is still taking a post in mid lane. I guess he was trying to cut off the minion wave there, but Maryville had a wave on the top side of the map, and they just take an inhibitor for free.
To be fair to Winthrop, they don't really have wave clear. So I think that trying to open up things for Denethor and playing two lanes and getting farmed, probably their best case scenario at this point. As these all-ins, the dive, it hasn't worked. The Cassio's been there to really deter the dive, and Zanya's coming in, going to make things even harder. I actually like this. Denethor trying to TP in. They're going to try and force the play. They found Yuji.
They forced everyone else except Yuji to back, and they stopped Yuji's recall. GA value also going to go down the drain since he dies for practically nothing. Maryville University lose out on their jungler. What can Winthrop get off of the map for the next 50 seconds?
I think stabilization, Rafa. There's a dragon coming in. They want to try and fight the soul, only losing one inhibitor, but that's a big win. GA down, shut down on the mobility. That play could not have gone better for Winthrop University.
Eagles finding ways to keep themselves somewhat relevant in the game, but it's still going to be an uphill battle since they are down nearly 8,000 gold at this point in the game.
Yeah, not much to look at here. I would kind of be curious for Maryville how their recalls were not synced up, because we did see Wilson playing with stopping those bases. They continued out that play, ended up cashing in on a GA and a kill and a shutdown on the mobility, which did help enable him to finish in LDR. So for me, all eyes have to be on mobility. He is the player that has to, do the DPS damage and try and figure out a way to dance through the fight. He will be the target of cease and assist and depth charge coming out from the point and clicks of Maryville. But see if Kim Down and the rest of the squad can really peel for him and enable mobility to step up later on in this game.
I do want to note, there's a death cap on Zach Scalio. So in terms of extended damage, maybe not nearly as much as mobility, but the upfront raw burst damage that will come down once he follows up on Denethor or Wilson's engage might be just enough that it will catch Maryville by surprise.
Yeah, I agree with the build this game. I don't think you can win an extended fight against Cassio and Bessa. So going for the one shot, falling behind a little bit obviously hurts, but I think that Zach made the right call with the build. That said, minute away from this Cloud Soul spawning Soul on the table for Maryville, Soul Point on the table for Winthrop University. Full control of the spot side jungle over to the Saints as the Eagles will try and make their way out of base really to try and contest this.
A tough position to do it from. Even the game recognizes it with the objective bounty still up on the board for them to take. Super minions pouring through the top lane. Someone will have to answer it in the next 30 seconds as that wave completely crushes the defending minions from Winthrop's side. Wilson already chunked to nearly 50% HP just off of Spyrex's poke over the wall. And with Cloud Soul coming up soon, Obsnatus finds a Dreadfly run into one member. Mobility safe on the left side, but UG snags it with the cease and desist. Exhaust slows him down. Mobility cannot put out any damage, and UG just punches him in the face. And a teleport coming in from Crimson to cut off the retreat pass. They're going to go for the early Game 1 win to lead the series here in Grand Finals.
It was a great early game from Winthrop University, but they were not able to snowball this game fast enough. And for me, the sub Crimson really stepped up to make sure this game went Maryville's favor. Him and UG worked overtime to get that goal deficit cut into it and make sure that it ended up being a Maryville Game 1 victory as they get this series off on the right foot for the Saints.
This is such a much-needed type of win from the Saints. It wasn't an early game stomp that was formulaic to their game plan and their strategy that they've been able to exemplify the entire regular season of NACL and a majority of the collegiate season. This was a win that came from falling behind early, Winthrop getting a big start, and Maryville showing the discipline and understanding how to make plays in the mid game to punish the overextensions of a very aggressive and a very momentous Winthrop University coming off of their recent string of wins in the NACL lower bracket. This now sets them up to at least have the confidence to say, we know how to deal with you guys and be able to bounce back. So this could be the toughest version of Maryville that Winthrop have yet to face so far.
Again, just want to give a lot of kudos over to Crimson, stepping into a final to compete for your team and to play like that. We know what Crimson can do, but really good to see him be able to show that on the Rift, as it was really clutch to make sure that Maryville ended up finding that Game 1 victory.
And as we toss over to a break, we have a chance to not only talk to...
replays. We got replays. We gotta take a second look here, Rob.
My bad. I thought we were throwing to a break. No worries. Well, we get a chance to go through the highlights, and especially for those who are just joining us now from the LCS channels, you'll get to see what happened in the early stages of the game that gave Winthrop the confidence to make those plays in the first place.
Yeah, this dive being dodged out on, it was big because that enabled a dive top lane as Wilson was able to set Ambessa behind. This was, I think, the first play where Winthrop played a little bit too fast. They didn't drop the tower aggro here. I would have wanted the team to reset the heat on the turret and then continue the dive because it opened up Spyrax to get in and actually get some stuff done as they were able to take down Denethor. And this was a really big commitment from Winthrop because Crimson was able to get gold on the top side, which at this point of the game, he's 0-2. So anything that Crimson was able to get where he wasn't under pressure was significant for him. So I think this is really Section 1 of Crimson getting back in. And yeah, again, like all these replays, Winthrop wants to fight as 5. I mean, it's Galio, Camille, Jarvan, but we did see a lot of scenarios where in the replay, I mean, look at Spyrax and Crimson just being dedicated side laners for the majority of these replays. It kept the gold close enough, and these two ended up getting big enough where the dive could no longer come in. As this was a sweet play by Denethor. I think now the LCS stream caught up to where we're at, but what a dodge and the petrifying gaze from, again, Camille, man.
Yeah. I have to say, there's a couple of these mid-game fights where Scary Jerry's exhaust gets so much value.
Yeah.
I thought that the exhaust was going to be used for the likes of Denethor trying to dive onto the backline or
Right
Wilson
here.
trying to blow him up, but it's actually just to shift forward aggressively and catch mobility off of an aggressive, relentless pursuit forward to now suddenly punish the sole marksman and the sole DPS machine from Winthrop University's composition.
I like it. I think Exhaust has been kind of forgotten about at the support role, just given how important he was for the lane phase. But yeah, that's a really oppressive summoner spell later on.
I mean, taking it as a marksman is just so cool to be able to just have
against
that flexibility.
Lucian. Yeah, those are matchups where you can definitely do it. I appreciate that from Jerry. I think there have been past metas where we have seen ADs or supports take Exhaust. I mean, even Lucian, another marksman that I like taking Exhaust on sometimes, or seeing the pros take Exhaust on sometimes, just because you want to be able to step up and go in. Kind of enables you to do so if you have that cooldown up. Definitely saw that from Jerry in this one, as by this time of the game, we saw the firepower of Winthrop really run out of time. Just props to Maryville again. They had really good tools to try and set up Crimson for success, and Spyrax got so big later on. Cassio is such an oppressive champion for me right now, just given the sheer amount of move speed you get from most of the mid laners going Swifties into that scaling move speed passive you get now. You connect with a Q, it scales off of boosting up the move speed from that. I've seen Cassios almost be able to run through Glacial Storms from Anivia.
Yeah.
As that's a pretty common answer to the Cassio, and with the slow resist on Swifties and then the sheer amount of move speed you get, it's almost like the Glacial Storms haven't been applying. So to see Spyrax really take over in the later stages as well. Solo lanes at the top side for Maryville really stepped up and got themselves back in that game for me, as I think they were the highlight of this Game 1 victory for the Saints.
Absolutely. And I was surprised to see Winthrop not dip into that Kog'Maw counter pick that we have seen as kind of the sole niche winning response into Cassiopeia that at least beats her when it comes to range and overall DPS, but they wanted to go for the Wombo. Didn't really work out for Winthrop's case in the end, but that is Game 1 wrapped up in the books. Before we toss it to a break, we did get word from both Niles and Tails on being able to see, for their perspective, which player on their program has grown the most this collegiate season.
I think Obstinatus, our support, has grown the most this season. I think he really came in and had to adjust to a new environment. And I think the role that he plays within our team, in and out of game, he's very flexible. He's someone who will be a good teammate. And he's someone who's very easy to coach. He does cause me headaches. And also his gameplay has increased so much working with Jerry, becoming so lane dominant with him. So I would say, yeah, our support, Guy, he's really stepped up this season.
I think for me, Wilson has grown the most this season. I think before he would shut down and had a lot of moments where he feels that the team isn't hearing him. But I think we made an effort as a whole team, including myself, to make sure that he's really heard and he's communicating to us. We've really had moments where throughout the season, you know, me and him would go like toe to toe and like kind of have arguments and, you know, get at each other's throats almost, but we would resolve them and work them out, knowing that the mutual feeling is that we want to see each other succeed and get better as a team.
Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 2 for our grand finals here in the Collegiate League of Legends Grand Championship. My name is Rafa. I'm joined here once again by Cubby. And that first game, it looked like Eagles had a pretty nice snowball in the makings, but a couple times overextending their momentum and their confidence there got the best of them, and Maryville were able to punish so beautifully that it allows them to lead the series here.
Yeah, I also want to give some kudos to Maryville for just playing out that win kind of well. I think specifically putting the Cassiopeia into the Camille in the side lane and then the Ambessa into the Galio. 2 really positive matchups that kind of helped get Crimson back in the game as he was given free farm while Winthrop were overloading and making plays. And then Galio can't do anything into Ambessa in that side lane. And Cassio, I think uniquely, can really stymie some of those split pushing or fighter picks in the top side, just given the ground and the move speed so good against melees. So I feel like strategically Maryville really kept it together in that game. And I think at times Winthrop got a little overexcited or over eager to use their tools, where, to be fair, that is how they need to play out that game in that draft. But want to see them return to really the sound macro that we saw out of them finding that victory against Maryville in NACL, which was their first best-of-5 victory over Maryville in 1,817 days, nearly 5 years. As the last one was the 21 CLOL Finals, where Winthrop, with an entirely different roster, was able to beat Spyrax, who was in the game, and the rest of Maryville to take that 21 championship.
Yeah, that winning alumni in Hybrids, Frost Force, Doxa, Saskio, and Sir Kenji, legendary to the Winthrop program, forever memorialized in that championship run. And this roster is trying to live up to that name, trying to stand on the shoulders of their predecessors and bring Rock Hill, South Carolina, another Collegiate League of Legends trophy. But Maryville, right now, putting a stop to it, at least leading the series now 1-0 as we head into our second draft for this game. Now, a reminder for folks, we are on live patch, so we are getting a preview of what may or may not be occurring here as we get ready for LCS playoffs happening at the conclusion of this best of 5. And already we got to see some early looks here, Matt.
The Imperial Mandate coming in on Galio, definitely something that we talked about. It could be something that exists, and I'm excited. We got playoffs this week. I'm busy today. You know, we had LPL last night and the CLOL this morning. I will be attending playoffs tomorrow in the studio, so we'll see if SR can maybe find some surprises against T-Law. But should be some good series, and the fact that it's a new patch, anything can happen. We did see a split in approach in that game 1, as a big focus of this patch was buffing up engage supports and nerfing the enchantresses that have been dominant in the meta. I gotta say, I think frankly, it's been a nice balance. I think that some of the changes they made were a little aggressive towards getting engagers back in. And we did see the engager in the Nautilus take down the Milio in that game 1. So we'll see if things change. I think that Kim Down in particular was really quick to adapt playing engaged supports for Winthrop in NACL, as that really did help get Winthrop on the heater that they've been on, which they wrapped up. For those not familiar, they wrapped up the regular season of NACL with a 4-1 series score. They came into playoffs as the 5 seed, and they have beaten the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st seed in the lower bracket as they played 18 games in NACL in the last 2 weeks. That's a double round robin regular season for LCS in the old school years. But they did beat Maryville 3-2, again, finding that first victory in nearly 5 years in the best of 5 over Maryville's program. So I know Maryville trying to change the script today and got off to a good start in that with that game 1 victory.
Yeah, coming into this grand finals, Winthrop have insane momentum and insane conviction to challenge the defending champions here at Maryville University, with their highest placing in CLOL since 2021 and their highest placing in NACL, period. Like, ever in Winthrop Tier 2 history. So the fact that Maryville are getting off with the first win here in the series speaks a lot to the challenge that Winthrop are in for, and for Maryville already showing that they took a lot of time and took to heart a lot of the lessons learned from their defeat against Winthrop in that NACL lower bracket.
Yeah, and part of it also a roster change too, with of course Crimson stepping up over K. So we haven't gotten word from production. We think there could be a world where K plays later on in this series,
Maybe.
But for now, as long as we don't hear anything, we're expecting Crimson to keep on running with it. And to be fair, Crimson, really good bounce back in that game. I know we got live on LCS in the middle of that one. It was 2 dives top early on from Wilson and Denethor that set that Mbessa behind, was an 0-2 start. But Crimson, given those resources, while Winthrop were trying to make plays around the map, did get him back into that game, and then level 16 plus Mbessa. We all know what happens when that champion gets blading later on. So Crimson able to cash in with those, with that. And I think for me, it was a big difference maker in that game. The top side of Maryville really stepping up.
Shout out to Spyrex as well. That Cassiopeia investment was so necessary for Maryville to at least have one pillar of strength when Scary Jerry and Obstinatus didn't get that snowball going for them, when they were the ones being attacked early on off of Winthrop's early snowball alongside Crimson. But he and Yuji, longtime duo throughout both collegiate and tier 2, first coming together as that very young FlyQuest Academy mid-jungle duo, spending multiple splits together on that org before then both coming to Maryville University later on and continuing that duoship over the years. They have now played at least 8 splits, maybe 9 together. I don't know the exact day, but they are the most feared jungle mid duo we have had in recent tier 2 history.
Every team that they've been on, really, since NACL had changes, they've been nothing but competitive. And I know Spyrax graduating this semester. We'll see if he hangs it up or not. It's been quite the run for him as the sole member of Maryville that has been a part of the last 4 finals victories and trying to go 2-2 now in that finals score count if they can find the win today. So we'll see if that ends up being the case, as being told by production that we're getting close to draft starting up. So hopefully we can get into game 2 soon and continue the action, because that was a back and forth action-packed game 1. I do think that once Maryville, after they found that first Baron, the game was theirs, but Winthrop had a really strong early game. And again, this was a series where we each had 3-2 predictions coming in, Rafa, on each side of the pond. Definitely expect this to be nothing but competitive for fans at home.
And I'm hoping for a full 5-game series, as we, at least the last time these two battled against each other, went the full distance. But both of us had on our predictions that it was going to go to full 5 games. Cubby favoring the defending champions, I favoring the challengers, to seeing if they can repeat what they were able to achieve, what their predecessors did in 2021. But at this rate, we just have to see how well both teams can adapt to the live patch changes, because I think that I wasn't sure whether that was going to be a thing going into finals, and if it was just still on the previous patch, which was 26.10, there was definitely going to be a lot more common drafts that we have seen them master over the course of the season. But I think this 26.11 change is giving, at least for Maryville so far, the leg up in being able to identify, let's already swap to tank supports. Let's get Obstinatus onto things that he can play make with and continue providing more support on the other side of the map. And we're going to trust that Scary Jerry can hold his own while his support is roaming.
Yeah, I think this patch does have a big impact on bot lane. I don't think it has a big impact really elsewhere, outside of potential more Cassante aftershocks coming in. So, and also Hexblade being changed actually is significant. The Hexblade changes I find to be... oh, wait, no, they reverted them. They reverted them. I have the patch up. See, this is why I don't read the patch previews that much, especially as a caster, because I know that we're usually behind the patch. But they were teasing giving a Hexblade when you pop our AD, and I was like, oh my god, Nocturne Olaf are just going to be even better. Like, why would we do this? But not going to be the case. I know Winthrop, of course, dropped map 1. It is 1-0 Maryville. Winthrop did select blue side. We don't have first selection in collegiate. It is blue and red. So if you're blue side, you have first pick. And that's what we're going to be seeing here.
Winthrop returning to blue side, as you called out here in game 1. Oh, we're going to have to jump back into draft as soon as players are able to figure out what went wrong there, making sure that they have everything locked in and ready to go. But if that Rumble ban is true, then that's an early indication of things trying to at least shave down the most common champion pool for Crimson, as the Ambessa, his third most played of his career, Rumble and Cansante, the next two that are the most played in his pool so far, and could be the targets from Winthrop University, considering that Crimson, despite the early pressure he faced from Wilson in the early game, had a great bounce back for Maryville.
For me, he has a pretty stock standard champion pool up there in the top lane. I think that Renekton, Sion, two champions that I expect to see from him, Gnar as well. So he plays, I'd say, the basic top laners that kind of runs in the Shoria family. Is kind of fun. We interviewed Sniper yesterday on NACL, who said that he recently moved in with his brothers. So I'm curious if in the offseason, if Crimson's going to be heading down there as well, as Crimson currently on campus for Maryville, of course, competing in the CLOL final. Kind of fun. I think one of the trends that I've been following with NACL is ever since the changes made where Academy is no longer required for LCS teams, 7 out of the 8 teams that have made finals have been competing in person. The sole exception to that was Conviction last year, who were a streamer team. We're going to have at least one team that isn't competing together in person making finals for NACL this split, as Conviction are in finals and not competing in person. But if Winthrop make that miracle run, I really feel like the value of playing as 5 people in the same place, it has a ginormous impact on the players' growths and just coaches' abilities to be effective. And I think kudos to Niles, Tails, and the staff behind them as well. It really has felt like both staffs have been effective in terms of impacting their team, with Winthrop peaking the highest they've ever been in both competitions right now, and Maryville still being one of the teams to beat in NACL and CLOL.
Draft number 2 underway on your screen now. Rumble, Karma, the first 2 bans taken off the board by the Eagles. Saints answering with that Orianna and Varus, 2 powerful first pick options. With the Rise ban coming out from Winthrop University, curious where their priorities lie in terms of first pick. We already know that the Jarvan and the Vi were already taken off the table, and Jarvan has been a number 1 pick here for junglers. I'm curious if this is signaling a Nocturne priority for Wilson.
That's a decent shout. We have seen Ashe Seraphine, of course, always be popular. But I think that with the Jhin and Varus being taken off the board, Bard's up. I wouldn't be surprised if it's first pick Bard to try and split up Bard Caitlyn. Because if Bard Caitlyn is available for Maryville, Jerry and Obstinatus are very keen to take that and try and play another game of being a lane dominant duo. So I think we got a choice, as that Nocturne that you highlighted, Rafa, is going to be secured for Wilson. But I'm expecting to see Kate Bard here.
Kate Bard would give Scary Jerry and Obstinatus the keys to not only a strong laning phase, but also, despite not being a tank champion, would still allow Obstinatus to roam freely and make plays on the other side of the map and try and highlight the grubs being buffed on the live patch, being a lot stronger. However, it wasn't just Bard that was banned in the first game. It was also Nico that was banned, and that is going to be the pairing with this Caitlyn instead.
Okay. A little bit of... I'm kind of curious. Like, Karma's out, and Karma for me has been one of the more common answers in the Nico. I think we've seen some teams get creative with answers. We've seen Anivia's support be played in the Nico. That's kind of fallen off of late.
We've seen Elise, if you try to go like toe for toe in terms of early pressure as well.
Not a fan of that. Not expecting that out of Kim Down, but again, another option that is available.
Ziggs Pike.
Ooh.
Ziggs Pike maybe.
Maybe Leona too, just to benefit from the Solar Flare passive.
I like that better.
A little bit sounder. Yeah, I think it's a little bit more consistent, less risky than the Pike. So hard engage showing for Kim Down and Mobility, answering the Kate and the Nico. And already a mage bot for Mobility. That's going to add a different flavor to this game for sure.
I wonder if Zach has any AD champions in his pool. Of course, it's going to depend on what the top side for Maryville looks like, whether you really feel the need to make sure that your damage profile isn't too magic damage heavy from both mid lane and ADC. So we'll find out in that second round what that tends to look like. I like the Xin Zhao pickup from Yuji. Obviously, would love to be paired with something like the Ashe and Seraphine later on in the series, but at least if you're going to be threatened by long-range artillery from Ziggs, that Crescent Guard is going to get a lot of value.
Yeah, I like that pickup too, as I think Maryville is showing a little bit more, I'd say, early game might with this Kate Nico. I expect this lane to be still somewhat dominant in Leona. I think that getting involved bot side going to be big. Curious if they take away some of the movers in the mid lane. Zach does like his Twisted Fate. I could see a TF where at least gold cards can help set up for Ziggs, and then you can attack bot lane, try and find which Nico's the real one, being an option.
They're setting up for Gnar. They're setting up for Gnar with these two top lane bans, Jason and Vayne.
That was banned game 1-2 away from Denethor. It's another signature champ for Denethor. So I think bonus pressure for Winthrop to take that away. That's a good shout there, Rafa.
I think Winthrop are now trying to decide, do they want to deny the Gnar being secured by Maryville so that they could have a chance to get it? But the Yasuo being banned, they are aware that Crimson has a pocket Yasuo, so they are forcing Gnar to be secured by Crimson here at this point.
I'm quite surprised by that. Gnar is Denethor's most played champion in NACL by a wide margin. And I think the ability to attack Denethor's pool, it's been a bit of a priority early on, taking away the Gnar and the investment. Also, a Camille game that Denethor wasn't able to win. I also don't think you can really go Kennen, because I know Denethor can play Kennen, but you already have a Zig showing, and Zach doesn't have an AD champion in his pool.
Maybe Aurora top if this isn't for Zach in the mid lane.
I think this would be a first-time Aurora for Zach, according to the NACL pool. We don't have CLOL top 32 data, so we're referencing a lot of the NACL trends that we're used to seeing. Rafa, as I think this is going to be mid-Aurora trying to play out of the Nico and the Gnar. And I think Denethor is going to take his choice of champion here, is to just slam Cassante and sign up for the losing matchup, but still beat Cassante later on. I think there is some value in that. But 80 or physical damage required as...
Yone!
Denethor!
Yes! So, there's been... This happened a while, but on 26.9, when Dorn's Bow was added, there's a lot of top laners around the world, especially in Korea and China, that were testing out Yone starting with that Dorn's Bow to see if it gave him a better start in the laning phase. Maryville's just going to provide some more lockdown guaranteed from Spyrex with that Annie, so that you have guaranteed ways to make plays on something slippery like a Yone. However, it may not be Yone top. It's still going to be that Aurora top instead of the Yone.
I think it's
going
Yone
into
top.
the Annie instead.
I think they're going to late swap this. I really think it's Yone top. The Yone and the Gnar, it's a fun matchup. The Gnar really needs to rush steel caps, but if you can get like the Bork Triforce breakpoint, that's if Yone gets accelerated at all and you can't match that as an R, you can find victories. And Annie into Yone, I very much prefer the Annie matchup into Yone. You can blow that champion up early with Electrocute, really put Yone on the back foot and try and take him out of the game before he can get in it. Also, just not a champion that I really associate with Zach. As, again, looking at the NACL pool, the closest AD champions that he's been showing is Twisted Fate and Kog'Maw. There is not a physical damage champion within Zach's pool as a player who does have a great story for Winthrop University coming in. He is a graduating senior. He's played on Winthrop all 4 years. Never was able to secure the starting spot. The best for him was he split time with another player, Avano, in the mid lane, but was never able to get that spot for himself until this semester. And for NACL, from week 1 to now, most improved player. The way that he's been able to improve and step up, him and Wilson have really elevated their play, and that is what has Winthrop starting to beat and threaten a lot of the teams that we have in NACL, including Maryville.
Matt, the last time that we have seen any kind of stage game from Zach on Yone was all the way in 2022 in the Unified Premier League, which is
Yone,
basically amateur. So this is a deep pocket pick in terms of stage games, and I think this was still when Zach was going by the name Conveying. So it was quite a trick to try and go down the rabbit hole to find if there is any stats, any history on Zach being able to play this. But this is definitely the first time he has played it here in the Tier 2 stage. So we'll see how well it can scale up. But the fact that you have Wilson on this Nocturne using the mask of that Paranoia to cover the approaches from Fate Sealed, Between Worlds, the Ziggs Bomb and the Leona ulti coming down, if you can coordinate that well with the Eagles lineup, it's going to be incredibly hard for Maryville to play around all of these ultimates coming out at you at once.
Again, this Annie-Yone matchup, Zach going to be on the back foot early. Annie going to try and delay that Bork coming out from Zach as much as possible. And again, just kind of curious. I know Aurora and Yone wasn't showing the NACL pool for Zach. I know Denethor plays the Aurora, but I know the Yone-Nar matchup is one that some players like to sign up for. So just kind of curious to see it mid in a matchup that Yone players do not like seeing, with Annie having a lot of early pressure to try and take Yone out of the game early on.
You could definitely make it happen, as you have guaranteed lockdown, especially with that range point and click once the passive is queued up onto the first ability from Annie. So far with the junglers going for, again, a mirrored clear where Wilson pathing towards the top side of the map, UG pathing towards the bottom side instead.
Good satchel charge from mobility. Got Obstinatus to eat a tower shot and got the heal out of him as well. Well played from our Ziggs bot here for the Winthrop AD, who, for LCS fans, yes, mobility did sub in for Dignitas while FBI was still getting in with the visa early on. Actually had a great quote in the pre-show talking about how much confidence that's given him throughout the year. As he said, you know, in life, he said it's important to have something to pursue. And the fact that he is continuing to pursue making it to LCS, but just made it there once, it gave him a lot of confidence coming back to his collegiate team to be able to try and do it again. And we have seen mobility have his best split for me throughout both collegiate and NACL. So it's been nice to see him really run with that confidence that he gained from just subbing in for Dignitas and doing his best to try and find them wins before FBI got in.
Yeah, had to make the best out of a scenario that obviously everyone wants to have a chance to play on LCS, but probably would like to have maybe a better lineup or a better scenario where you feel like you're being set up for success. But the opportunity to play in LCS is still one that is coveted regardless of the circumstances around it.
I appreciate the Dignitas trade, Rob. I'm sure LCS won't, but you know, that was a nice sneak in there, because of course it was Breezy and mobility hopping into that lineup to sub on in. Crimson getting a low, but does go Mega, so gets some bonus health from the Evolve to keep him topped off, as Denethor is doing a nice job in this matchup up top. Try and get ahead.
Mobility holding it down while Kim Down fished for a quick roam covering mid lane, allowing Zach to get that push out. There is decent ward coverage, though, from Maryville's bot lane on both the Tribush as well as the River, making sure that if Wilson or Zach was to try and look for anything early on, that they should be well protected, maintaining this push in the Caitlyn-Nico matchup versus Ziggs and Leona. Now, Dragon's going to be spawning in the next 30 seconds because of this constant pressure from bot lane. If Spyrex can find those chunks with the ultimate timers there off of this Annie, flash burned off of Zach as soon as Yuji stepped up, recognizing I could be in trouble here.
You've got to pay respect there. Even just being at half, you can see Zach paying more respect, picking up that early Null Magic Mantle. Something that Yone doesn't want. Really important for his kit to rush the Greaves as Q cooldown scales off attack speed, and also just the fact that having that extra move speed can really help. It's about Greaves to Bork. So again, showing why I think this matchup was difficult, and some of why I was surprised to see it be Yone mid and Aurora top. As bot lane priority for Maryville. Scary Jerry in the regular season for NACL, on average, over the games Maryville played in 9 best-of-3 series, was up over 1,000 gold at 15 minutes. These guys draft lane-dominant duos and go play to win lane. And although I appreciate and respect the Ziggs and think that there is going to be some value in trying to attack this Caitlyn later on, it is Scary Jerry and Obstinatus who are ahead in this lane and going to help convert that into the first dragon, an early dragon taken by Yuji and the Saints.
Now, CMAP, this is the kind of start that we're used to seeing from the Maryville lineup based on what we have seen throughout the regular season and the collegiate season as well, where they have early lane set up for success. They have push to get UG priority for those early resources. Wilson trying to snag the second respawn crab, tags level 6, but also Yuji also able to have 6, and he has roam first from Spyrex, and Zach doesn't have the flash. Kim down in a world of trouble, and Zach tries to bail him out with the Fate Seal, but not going to be enough to force Maryville away, and it's first blood to the lone defender in Spyrex.
Paranoia was up and available for Wilson, Wilson. I agree with him saving it, as just don't think there was a play or an option there. As good collapse from Maryville, and you called it out, Rob. In fact, Obstinatus there and involved. Kim Down did burn that Eclipse a little bit early on, and I don't think there was much of a chance for Kim Down to get out of that one. So it's going to be early lead for Maryville, as bot lane winning A kill going over to Spyrax on the Annie. And the engage responsibility is really going to be on the shoulders of Annie in this one.
Oh, Mega Inferno Bomb trying to punish the fact that Obstinatus doesn't have flash. The paranoia, it's not going to be enough. Obstinatus lives with a sliver of HP.
That was a little bit too deep coming out for Wilson. I mean, even if he gets the kill, it's still a 1-for-1 trade. And for me, a trade down is the first paranoia of the game doesn't convert. That is significant for Nocturne games. Not only does it not convert, it gives Jerry a red buff. He's going to get Kim down.
And it just goes from worse to disaster. Scary Jerry able to kite out of Mobility's effective range. He's going to throw the ace in the hole. The 1v2 picks up the double. Scary Jerry is back in form.
Back on the LCS stream and finding kills. Scary Jerry, a significant lead now as he's got that ruler hoodie that he was gifted on the quarter zip. Trying his best to do the ruler impersonation. Zach sees 3 mid, is going to be able to step out of that one. Oh, the E. It's going to come in time. Couldn't find the stun for Spyrax. If he finds the stun, maybe Obstinatus can follow on up, but Zach likely to have second wind in his kit. Going to lean on that to try and stick around in this lane. Still, rough early game for Winthrop. Not the start they were looking for in this one, Rafa. As Maryville did draft a very early game comp, and they've netted a 2K gold lead off of a good play from the bot lane. And again, rinse and repeat. I just don't think this play is there for Wilson. If this is a sweet spot and afterwards maybe you can go for it, but once he casts the paranoia, oh, he threw an auto at the turret too. That feels bad. There was one auto on the turret. That would have been the difference from the kill, but still, I just don't think this play is worth. You're signing up for a 1-for-1 trade off of paranoia. You're going to try and win off that. Jerry had the lethal tempo going. Kim down took a tower shot. That was the big difference maker there. As Jerry able to just truck his way through the rest of the fight. Really well played by the Maryville bot lane, but honestly, an unforced error coming in from Winthrop.
Oh, Mobility might be in trouble. The flash from Crimson. He tagged it with the boulder toss and is able to finish the job despite Mobility burning flash. Meanwhile, back in the top side, Fate Seal engaged from Zach. Tries to find something for Winthrop, but Maryville holding the line. Scary Jerry still survives to tell the tale. Ace in the hole comes in and clips Wilson where he stands. Spyrax on the flank, ensuring that Zach doesn't get out either and could look for a third in. Kim down. One more Q, one more on attack. Maybe Tibbers can finish it. Come on, one more on attack. It's not going to be enough. Tibbers not able to stay in range, but Maryville University, a dominant game 2 start, 7 kills to nothing by Winthrop.
And this is a comp for me with Winthrop that this far behind against Maryville, Nocturne's just going to be porting into his death off these paranoias. The ability for Maryville to play defense early on is going to be, Crescent Guard can work overtime to try and dissuade some of these engages, and you're going to be porting into Nico Ultimates coming out from Obstinatus in the group. So I think the way back in for Winthrop, I would try to make trades where, kind of like what we saw last game from Crimson on the Ambessa, getting side lane farm, try your best to funnel Zach on this Yone. Get him to a Bork and get him a few items to see if he can make a difference in the side lane. To be fair, Zach did have a nice entrance to the fight here. It's not quite enough gas in the tank to actually get people low enough, and Spyrax matching the roam did find the Yone on the snapback, and this fight just all Maryville as the Bear Cub couldn't quite find this one. Did his damnedest.
When I see both of these two plays involving Winthrop, Paranoia used somewhere on the bottom side of the map. Yuji's the one that finds Wilson first, and he doesn't even die to Kim down. It's over. Maryville University have complete control in this early game. More than 4,000 gold ahead before the 12-minute mark as well. They're going to get 2 dragons to start off the second game as well. I just feel like Winthrop are constantly doubling down on risky play after risky play and not waiting for their item spikes to come in, where now it almost feels like you have to make these plays because you're so far behind now. But it didn't have to start like that, Matt.
No, I think the first paranoia was off, and that second one also not connecting. That was close on the UG. Shutdown would have been available, but not quite finding it as... I'm with you, Rafa. And frankly, we'll see if Spyrax can continue to step up in the mid lane, as we've teased it a couple times. Spyrax for Maryville University. He is the sole member that is returning from at least all their CLOL finals. Hold on, Mobility is in trouble and going down to Yuji. That wasn't very exciting. I can talk through that one, Rafa, as the Ziggs was headhunted.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Wilson could not protect his bot laner as Paranoia was down, and also a majority of the Maryville members have their first item spike already online. Hex Optics for Scary Jerry. But as we talked about, Spyrax being the sole defending member for Maryville in their 2025 championship run from that starting 5 that bested Ole Miss on the grand final stage last year. He has appeared in a ton of finals, and he's been with MU on that 2021 roster and the rosters for 2024, 2025, and now this year. This guy boasts a huge pedigree when it comes to both the Tier 2 and the collegiate space.
In collegiate, when he has competed, he has not missed a CLOL final. He's 4 for 4 in his years. The years that are missing, he was on FlyQuest Challengers there. So props to Spyrax, who has always been a really strong player in collegiate and Tier 2. After his experience with Tier 1, not quite as motivated to try and make it up to the Tier 1 level, but has always put his best foot forward in collegiate and trying to even up that finals record appearance for 2-2 as he did graduate this spring. Congratulations to Spyrax on a fantastic career, collegiate career, and we hope to see him selfishly continue playing in Tier 2. But so far today, man, his team is off to a blistering start, Rafa. This is a gold lead that is pretty tough to overcome. Poor Denethor up top. He's like, guys, I'm up CS. How's the rest of the map going? It's not going well for his squad, and it's getting worse.
Flash 3-town strike into the Pop Blossom allows Scary Jerry to clean up the rest with that broom. And oh boy, another double kill into the pockets of Scary Jerry's Caitlyn, already accelerated, and he knows how good this game is going. He's going to throw out the dance and the taunt emojis in the mid lane.
A little smirk from Jerry, too, as going into the series today, Mobility said that he felt like Jerry was his only competition in CLOL, as it was really, I think Mobility getting the best of him in that series for NACL was, again, a big confidence boost for Winthrop. But I got to say, these 2 drafts from Winthrop, I know it's a different patch, but it's been kind of straying from the identity that I'm used to seeing from Winthrop University. Like, having Mobility on Ziggs is a bit of an awkward one for me. I think game 1, the draft was fine, but this draft, just straying from the identity that I'm used to seeing from them, which is really taking champions that can brawl early.
Oh,
like
no.
Denethor being on fighters and 80s for Mobility, and bot lane, you're saying, oh no, because Zach's in trouble. We do have a replay of this mid lane fight as Mobility gonna go down. Not much to see here as the combo comes down. Opsonot, it's really nice engage from him. As,
Okay, well,
yeah, that's a dead Yone.
Maybe Winthrop's first kill finally found by Wilson and Kim down, picking off Opsonatus, who was down a flash from the prior skirmish in the mid lane pick onto, I believe it was Zach there, but this time around, Zach being picked off on the side lane, stepping up too far, didn't have appropriate vision coverage, trying to get items and gold into his pockets, knowing that if they can stall this game out, Winthrop will have at least some late game damage that they can boast into Maryville, who do not have a true tank or front line. But at the rate that Maryville are snowballing this game, I don't know if Winthrop are going to be able to hold out that much longer.
Nope. Should just be objective stacking on time coming out from UG and Maryville. As that objective stacking continues, no, we don't have the dragon timer on our screen, but I think the second one was taken around the 12-minute mark, so I'm expecting that dragon to be spawning again right on time around 16:30 or 17, so should be spawning within, yep, there it is, 35 seconds. As, oh, it's a Portal Combat, Rafa. There was a shutdown on the top side, though, as we had blood across the map.
Yeah, they picked off UG, who got a little too close and was down a flash. Kim down, trying to set up the next one on a Spyrax. TP coming in from Winthrop as well. It's Denethor's Aurora that will join the fray, but Spyrax at least makes enough distance. Zach trying to pin them down. Fate Sealed not available. Rest of Winthrop trying to run them down. Flash from Denethor into the Between Worlds. Gets the flash out of Scary Jerry. Opsonatus willing to give his life with the Pop Blossom, or at least hold the line so that Scary Jerry can make it out. But Wilson's Paranoia finally comes up, gets vision, gets the big shutdown, and the Eagles are now trying to find ways to come back in this game, get these gold bounties off the top of Maryville's heads, and Spyrax at least makes it out alive for now.
If they turn this into a dragon, it's really worth it. Winthrop split between getting Crimson and taking the dragon down. They're going to chase the Gnar.
Will Spyrex cancel this base? Nope. He says, good luck, buddy. I can't save you, and I don't want to give my shutdown bounty either, which I think he is totally valid in doing so. But Wilson and the rest of Winthrop just picked up 3 back-to-back kills in that exchange.
I don't know if going for Crimson versus taking the dragon is worth it. That's one where, given when the deaths came in and the lack of like really where Crimson was at on the map, I think if they were able to sneak the dragon, that might have been better for trying to stalling out this game. But last dragon is going to spawn at 22-25 here for Maryville, and this is despite the shutdowns going over, the shutdowns aren't on the key members. It is not on Zach, not on mobility. It was picked up by Wilson and Kim Down, who picked up one. So feels like this comp for Winthrop. I mean, as well for the Yone. I used to seeing a Bork Rush. The treads into the Phantom Dance are kind of an interesting one. Lack of lifesteal, but maybe trying to spike his way a little bit quicker towards finding the double crit items so you can have 100% on Yone for Zach.
Yeah. That early pickaxe could easily be either that Blade of the Ruin King or just an Infinity Edge rushed, and if you just need raw burst damage, could be a way that Winthrop finesse a comeback despite this massive gold deficit, which they short down from 7,000 to 5,000 off of the string of kills they found. But like you said, Maryville University are going to be at Cloud Soul Point at 22 minutes. And I don't know if that's enough time for Winthrop to be able to get to those second item spikes. Rift Herald going to be dropped in the mid-tier 1 turret. Knocks that out, gives Maryville access to even greater map control here in either of these 2 jungle quadrants.
And a lot of the power of Ziggs is being able to pressure turrets. We haven't seen mobility find his way to a turret yet in this game. Like the satchel charge and trying to accelerate the gold from there, Rafa, always can be really big in trying to get gold back in Winthrop University's pockets, but just given how far ahead Maryville is. Winthrop, again, we aren't really sure of what their path into the game is. I think for me, the default answer is trying to get Zach and funnel him side lane farm. I think if they can gracefully lose elsewhere and get Yone ahead, it's good, but it's pretty difficult to gracefully lose currently, given the lead that Maryville has.
Paranoia on the top.
Zach
Spyrex is in trouble. No flash on the Annie, and the fear lasts long enough for Wilson to just shred him to pieces. Yuji still has flash. Will be able to walk out safely with half of his health bar. Opsinatus there to cover in case they look for an extended dive, but looks like Winthrop being at least covered by that Pixel ward should be seen for any further attempts, as on the flip side, Crimson does go for the bot side turret. Meanwhile, Denethor pokes his head in. Yuji flash forward with the wind becomes lightning to close the distance. Wilson stayed to make sure that his top laner could stay alive. Kim Down at least helps Wilson make the trade onto Yuji before Denethor falls. And now we got double teleports coming in. Zach tries to get locked down by Crimson. Fate Sealed interrupted, forced to flash away. Maryville University at least answering blow for blow from the Eagles.
Yeah, but you don't want to be blow for blow at this point with the lead you have. It has been the Eagles cutting into the gold lead a little bit thanks to the bounties on the kills. Kim Down going in, Opsinatus to zoom.
There's no Fate Sealed. Zach, with the Soul Unbound, is going to snap right back into Crimson's waiting arms. Has the third proc of that Mortal Steel able to escape. Mobility now caught in between multiple members here, and I think Mobility just got left to the sidelines, but Wilson's going to send it, at least try to link a trade. Can't even do it because he lost sight of the real Scary Jerry there, the clone, and Opsinatus at least able to just make Wilson's life even more dizzy. Scary Jerry survives off of a flash. Yuji back up on the table, respawn from the grave, and with a successful kill on to Denethor, picking him right in front of the Baron Pit, I think we all know what it's time to be.
Yeah, desperation showing from the Eagles. Again, this game was so out of control early. You got to try and hunt for the shutdowns, but a little bit of desync coming out from the Eagles. And a team that has been so sound of late with how they've been able to play as 5 in NACL, we just haven't seen it the first 2 games. I think that I mean, this is CLOL Finals. This is the furthest that Winthrop's gotten. They really want to win this before they have a few members, long-term members of this team graduating. It feels like they're getting their head over their skates a little bit in terms of how quickly they're trying to play out these maps, and some of these plays just not there. I think I'm not referencing that series. I know that there was a little bit of goofiness, but just early on, I know Wilson's picking up kills in the back half, but these paranoias didn't get the team set up for success early on. And in the later stages, really haven't seen them be able to find a cohesive engage as returning to live. I think Zach and Kim down are just dead.
It's just a massacre here on the bottom side of that jungle quadrant. Kim down to Wilson, swiftly picked up back-to-back. Zach 2 by Maryville University as they maintain the numbers advantage 5-2 on the map. They have access now into the Dragon Pit for what should be a Cloud Soul spawning in the next few seconds.
No need to go back to Cloud Soul now, though. You got Baron. You're up numbers. Might as well continue the siege. As the mid inner turret falls, Spyrax pressuring the bot inner, and Crimson doesn't even have a TP available, and he's able to play the top lane, so... Oh! MVP cannon minion. As they take the mid inner. They're going to retreat to the Dragon. Wilson will force. He's got to try and get in here.
Yep, in for a penny, in for a pound. Wilson trying to do what he can. Cannot flash over the wall in time before UG secures the Cloud Soul for Maryville University. Consolation prize being a pick onto Obsinatus' Nico, but that is a sacrificial lamb that the Saints will be happy to give over to ensure that they have the best advantage going into closing Game 2 and pushing themselves to match point.
And for Winthrop, I just want to see them take inventory, try and take a deep breath, and try and find a comp that for me is a little bit more comfortable for this team. Zach on Yone, Denethor on Aurora are not picks that I really expected to see from Winthrop. I associate Zach pretty heavily with control mage play, or also some of the movers as being a pretty strong Ryze, Annie, and Twisted Fate for this team. Also, I know Mobility has his Ziggs in his back pocket, but I associate with this guy being the big carry for the team. As I just think the setup that we have here, even if the draft was, I think I can kind of see it. I feel like signing Yone off for this matchup against Annie is difficult and just doesn't lead to some of the strengths that we have seen Winthrop University have. As they have been on this massive run as the hot hand that we have had in developmental League of Legends.
I mean, draft aside, I think just the way that Winthrop have played these early games have been so fast and much more desperate than necessary. Some of the early Nocturne ultimates that happened from Winthrop were almost played out as if they were down 5,000 gold, and they were only down like 1,000. And they thought that it just seemed like from the outside looking in, the Eagles are feeling the pressure of this roster being on the final stage for the first time. This program is not necessarily new to the final stage since they won the championship 2021, but that was a completely different roster. This roster has yet to be here in their tenure as students for the Rock Hill Eagles. And for Maryville on the flip side, you have a few members here. Wilson trying to look for a play in the mid lane, tries to flash over the 3-talent strike, does not matter. Scary Jerry still survives using the cleanse and the flash, and now they're going to clean up any more stragglers. Kim down might be the next one, still has flash available, tries to look for a quick turn on Scary Jerry, but Scary Jerry just blasts him in the face with the sniper rifle. 1-2 kapow. Maryville University continuing the charge and laying down more bodies at their marching line. Maryville University just showing the Eagles that yes, you can make it to the finals, but you got to bring a lot more bite with the bark that they are trying to march in with. And with 4 members gone, only Denethor, Maryville University here on the victory march to lead the series with match point.
We were expecting a competitive series today, and what we're seeing on our screen is honestly what Maryville has done to teams throughout CLOL and NACL all split. And that is be dominant early, not let up the pace of the game, as their laning needs to be respected. And again, these overreaches that we've seen come out from Winthrop today, this hasn't been what we're used to seeing of this team of late, who again have been the hot hand that we've had in tier 2. I really feel like Zach and Wilson have been stepping up in a way that has elevated this team to be able to compete with the top of the table that we have in not only CLOL but also tier 2. And today, just an off day from the squad so far. Not connected with their plays. Different looks from what we're used to seeing in draft, especially in this game too. And showing some discomfort overall on the Rift. It's goodbye Kim down.
Has a flash available, but not going to use it. Just accepts his fate. And as we were trying to highlight before. Whereas you have Winthrop, all these members being in CLOL finals for the first time. You have Spyrax, UG, and Scary Jerry, who have been in this position many times before. Spyrax been in the CLOL final stage 4 times. UG and Jerry, now their second CLOL finals appearance since their last one was in 2024. And they already dealt with the heartbreak of losing a CLOL finals where they were favored as the program going into that final. But it was St. Louis University, the college right across the street from them, besting them in that final. And I think Scary Jerry and UG know what it means to be the favorites going into a finals and then being upset. And they are here playing in a way to ensure that it doesn't happen again.
Even Obstinatus with his time over in Europe, this guy's played in NLC, he's played in Prime League, LFL. Really a lot of experience on his shoulders too, and has really stepped up. I know now has credited him as the player that's improved the most on the team this split, and he has had a very solid Nico game. A big pick for him and a bit of a deny from Kim down in the series as well as Barons at half. I don't think Maryville wants to flip this at all. They're going to turn.
Right on to Kim down, forces the flash so that he can preserve HP. They look for Spyrax, who is cut off from the rest of the pack of the Saints.
Okay.
That's a 5-on-4 advantage. Can they carry this out, though? That's the real question. Mobility trying to pressure the mid-tier 1, while the rest of Winthrop now find themselves on the wrong side of the tracks in enemy jungle territory. So Maryville are just going to pick up some free kills here, while Mobility tries to at least continue the siege with Zach and Kim down at his side. Obstinatus, the only person left to defend it. Zach cannot teleport in time.
Crimson's in the base.
In the hole, and Crimson TP to the Nexus to finish the game and put Maryville University on match point here in CLOL Grand Finals.
Deja vu of game 1 as Crimson TPs into the base, tries to finish this one out. Mobility's going to kill the wave, but he cannot deal with this Gnar, and Winthrop cannot deal with the Saints as they are marching to a 2-0 lead.
Slamming this second game in a fashion that we have expected from Maryville University based on their play all season long. Obviously, in game 1, that was not the look that we got. Winthrop being able to ride out to an early game snowball. It took the Saints rallying together and being able to respond with an appropriate mid-game punish. But this second game, it is classic Maryville Saint gameplay off of the program that they have boasted over the past couple of years in this era of this iteration of this roster. And when we look now at to game 3, I think the big thing you highlighted for Winthrop that is also going to be my focus is how can this team calm down? How can this team find a way to, at times, the adrenaline allows them to be given the confidence to make those plays in the first place, but now they need to temper it. They need to realize that a lot of these early plays are being forced a little too fast and a little too hard, especially when it's not syncing up when their draft spikes at the right time in the game.
Yeah, hopefully we can see Winthrop really take inventory of what's going on, because this is not the team that we have been seeing the last few weeks that has, again, been on fire in their run for NACL. That said, it has been the team that we've seen from Maryville a lot of this year that did have the early dropout of the tournament in NACL. So for them to try and get revenge against the team that did knock them out of the tournament early in the CLOL final and, of course, pick up that CLOL championship. It's a hot start for Maryville as that game was over soon. What was it, like 10-0 at the 7 or 8 minute mark, Rafa? There was no hope for the Eagles in that one. And again, I feel like when looking at maybe the Eagles playing a little bit too fast, especially early on at times, maybe taking scaling is the way to go, but also finding a little bit more comfort, as there are certain picks or a certain style in that comp that I'm not used to expecting from Winthrop University, and we definitely saw that come to fruition in this game.
And it starts with the early game skirmishes that Winthrop kind of waddle into, and they try to punish, which in concept, I think it's good to look for it, but that position where Kim Down is so far behind the minion wave and cannot appropriately follow up, you are banking on a high roll, sweet spot, Ziggs are to connect, and of course, autoing the turret instead of Obstinatus for the kill there sets the rest up of that early game to be a complete disaster for the Eagles.
Yeah, I mean, a big one for me, though, is like, yeah, early skirmishes, you see Nocturne, Leona, it's like, okay, we can find these plays early, but that's what can make life so difficult going up against an Annie, just because the control that she can bring to the map early on, and just, yeah, 9-0, 11 minutes in, really difficult for Winthrop to play out the game from here, given the lead that Jerry had and the lead that all of MU had. Do want to give Maryville some credit. I know that we focused a lot on Winthrop not looking the likes of what we're used to, but this is a dominant Maryville. I think that Winthrop kind of signed up for their own death certificate with a couple of the takes that they had in terms of plays, but it was a really solid Nico game coming out from Obstinatus, and UG always in the right place at the right time. This guy's always efficient with how he plays the game, and really felt like he was able to turn some of these early plays with Spyrax to, again, make that early deficit insurmountable for the Eagles.
Can't stress enough how this composition for Winthrop, I know it's a different look, but I don't hate the concept and I don't hate the theory behind it, as long as Winthrop are just a little bit more patient with their timers, with when they try to find some of those first looks. And think them rushing it at a time when Maryville University are going to be just a little bit stronger with some of the utility that's available in the tools of their champions, and just the timers that they found allowed Maryville to get the makings of a snowball, and then it's Winthrop that doubles down trying to revert it and ends up just making the sunk cost even more sunk at that point.
Yeah, again, you got to fish for the, I would call them pity prizes on the objective bounties, but also the shutdowns on the champions. And saw Maryville be able to get out of that one quite nice throughout. So definitely, I kind of feel for Denethor in that map. Felt like Denethor was playing his matchup out quite well early on, obviously opting for that Aurora. I will still advocate overall for Yone top, Aurora mid. I think that is a better side lane matchup for specifically the Yone into the Annie, where it's really difficult early on. Annie just has complete control over mid lane, and we were able to see that control really lead credence to Maryville matching some of the early plays in Might that we saw attempted from Winthrop. So one-sided game, and we'll see if the Eagles can really make their way into the series and make this one a series, because I know game one was competitive, but really ever since the 20-minute mark in game one, this series has been all Maryville.
Not only a return to what we expect out of the Maryville lineup to be able to put down here on Summoner's Rift, but also at least for them, a return to the excellence and the dominance that they were able to display against Winthrop University. The fact that the 1,817-day best-of-5 drought was ended by Winthrop University in that lower bracket, besting Maryville in a full 5-game series. I think it was a good wake-up call for Maryville to make sure that going into CLOL Finals to defend their championship throne, they were not going to let the Eagles do the same thing that they did in 2021. And right now, with Maryville up 2-0 on match point, they are 1 game away, for the first time in their program history, successfully defending their crown as kings of collegiate. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we've got game 3 right on your screen.
I think what makes this team unique is just the fact that this will be the last time this roster will play together, with people graduating. We're never going to see these 5 players again competing all together at Maryville. So it's just a unique experience for them. It's the first time this semester these 5 are playing together, and it's also the last time that they'll be playing together.
I think the vibes is definitely a big factor, because everyone can just joke around and not be judged. I'd say with other iteration, there's always like one person that wasn't really like fully comfortable with everyone. You know, it would just be 4 people comfortable and then one person less jokey, kind of.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
You think you have like a good understanding of each other, like you're all on the same page.
Yeah, we're all on the same page, but more like, you know, we can lock in, but also have fun at the same time. It's not like, we're not scared to get judged or like, oh, someone's gonna get mad if I just say a joke randomly in a serious game.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we arrive to Game 3 for our CLOL Grand Finals 2026 between Maryville University and Winthrop University. The Saints versus the Eagles, a historic rivalry that has usually ended up with Maryville besting the Eagles at nearly every turn. And going into this series off of their NACL lower bracket upset, we thought the Eagles might have the momentum to challenge Maryville to a full 5-game series. But so far, Matt, Maryville lead 2-0, one game away from successfully defending their crown for the first time in program history.
Yeah, this is a Winthrop University who, within the last 2 weeks, have taken out the 3 seed, the 2 seed, and the 1 seed in our NACL bracket, with one of those teams, including Maryville, in 3-2 fashion for all of the above, as Winthrop has played the distance. And in that run, they've looked calm, cool, and collected as they have really played out their macro well at mid to late stages of the game. I think the 2 drafts we've seen from them early on, we saw them play too fast in Game 2 and frankly, Game 1. Game 1, that comp needed to play fast in order to get going. I felt like they overplayed their hand at times. And then Game 2, if you have a Nocturne comp for the first couple paranoias don't work out, things can get difficult from there. And we really saw Maryville take the few mistakes seen from Winthrop, run with that in full stride, and Scary Jerry, Opsnatus, and the rest of the crew really took over that game. So, see if Winthrop can go back to the drawing board again. I think that was a little bit more of an awkward look or draft compared to what I'm used to seeing from the Eagles in Game 2. I'd like to see more comfort in Game 3 because Winthrop has not looked comfortable on the Rift as a team yet today.
For Winthrop fans, they are hoping the same thing that both me and Cubby are hoping, that Winthrop can temper the fast moves and the aggression. Obviously, the confidence and the bold looks is what got them to a convincing place to begin with leading into this grand finals. But I think a bit of the nerves and the adrenaline for most of the Winthrop members here being in their first CLOL final stage ever versus Maryville University, who have a lot of experience on multiple members, Spyrax being the lone defender, as we tagged him, the only starting active player from that championship roster from 2025 that beat Ole Miss in the finals, and Yuji and Scary Jerry, they're no strangers to the CLOL finals as they had to play against St. Louis University in the 2024 grand finals.
Getting the picks and bans, that support focus again coming in to try and deny some of those duos that can be locked up on the red side. As of course, no first selection for CLOL. Blue side first pick. It's tied together, and Winthrop opting to take blue side yet again in this series. It was Maryville who opted for red side in Game 1 too, so we've had same sides throughout. Kind of interesting to see, Rafa. As hopping in, I want to see Winthrop again. I think mobility on a carry or champion he's comfortable on, big time for me, and trying to see just more cohesive drafts. I want mobility on a carry, Zach on a control mage, and something that I'm just more used to seeing from Winthrop, because I think the full dive comps we've seen from them in the first couple of games, it hasn't been connecting. And with Azir taken out, that's a big champion for Spyrax. Curious what happens with Rise. Cassio's off the board, and it's a champion that Zach very much willing to blind and has been very sound on. Also, a champion that Spyrax is good at too. So I had Rise circled on my pen and paper. Wouldn't be surprised if that's an early lock-in for Winthrop if they end up banning the Karma on the side of Maryville.
Here's the gambit. Let's see if Winthrop get what they wanted in being able to force the Karma ban out of Maryville's side this time around. You highlighted it, and you're going to get it. Rise locked in for Zach. This is something a lot more standard and what has been a pinnacle of success for Winthrop in their earlier looks in drafting.
Yeah, Zach's ability to move has been, I think, really important for a lot of the Winthrop success. Again, I associate him with control mages and movers. So, Spyrax, some of the answers to Rise, were you seeing just range? Going to be Victor for Spyrax, one of the champions that is his most played in his career, and what could be Spyrax's last game, being out of Tier 2 and also graduating here for Collegiate. Comfort for him as he tries to pick up the 3-0 victory for his squad.
Saw Maryville tweet out that they are really recognizing the effort and the contribution Spyrex has significantly put into the Maryville program over the years, whether he first started over there in 2021 and then a break as he took his time in the academy and challenger scene with FlyQuest, coming back to Maryville to finish out his degree, finish out his education. He has the opportunity to bring home the title one more time in his stay with Maryville University. Wukong locked in. This is in the champion that got some significant buffs on the previous patch in 26.10. Jace locked in more than likely for Denethor. Wilson is hovering this Lilia. This would be a surprise to at least see it very early on in the draft.
This is kind of a trickster special if he wants to turn back the clocks. Referencing an old IGN from Wilson, but Skarner going to be something that I think lines up a little bit better with what's showing for Winthrop. So top side secured, a little bit of a tankier jungle pick, something that Wukong can get through, and Crimson with the Yorick, a champion that I don't necessarily really associate with Crimson, but has a very good matchup into the Jace. So would not be surprised this gets picked up by him.
Well, unless this Skarner gets flexed to support, which I know some of the LCK and the LPL supports have tried to middling success, I imagine that these are our top side 3-man cores for both teams locked in, and now we will be focusing on banning out both marksman and support options for both sides.
First time York for Crimson in the GOL, but a very positive matchup in the Jace, rushing the steel caps, having the sustain from the shovel and the Qs. It's really tough for Jace to force you out, and if Maryville is able to get Grubs, buff Grubs at that on this patch, your ability to side lane as Yorick, it's really big. So I would kind of like to see Maryville pick up an engaged support and try and play a little bit for this top side. I just think Yorick with Grubs versus Yorick without Grubs is a different champion for the duration of the game, given the pressure that Yorick can put down to the side lanes with the Maiden and taking Demolish and just being an overall very fast turret taker.
MU paying respect to Mobility's Jinx. If they could set up that Skarner Jinx combo that has been a staple, not just for Winthrop, but for many teams around the world. Jhin gonna be taken away from Scary Jerry, which on a composition where there's already a lot of damage and a lot of strong carries on the top side, Jhin is one of those champions that could benefit off of providing some utility from long range. So Scary Jerry is going to go for a different flavor and just raw lane pressure like always, but also being able to follow up on the wombo of the Cyclone with the Misfortune Bullet Time.
I mean, Wukong, Victor, and even a York Cage, decent setup to try and play around with bullet time. I do think that Skarner has a lot of ways to deal with that. Trying to hunt Jerry in the back half, but Strut movement speed going to be at a premium as he tries to navigate that matchup later on, and we'll give Obstinatus that counter pick, because again, kind of looking for an engaged support, which, never mind, maybe an Enchantress. Usually you want to pair MF with engagers. Braum, definitely kind of the anti-engaged support. As that's being grinded, is it just Braum Ashe here coming out from Mobility and Kim down? As we usually have seen Ashe paired up with Seraphine Lulu, but would not be surprised to see Ashe just give them the ability to hunt with some arrows. And again, Braum Ashe, very strong lane that we just haven't seen because of the strength of Enchantresses. Braum hates being in games with Enchantresses, so I think more of a priority on the engaged supports going to be picked up here for Mobility and Kim down, and we'll see what kind of answer Obstinatus has up his sleeve.
Like you said, Matt, engaged supports can be nullified by the disengaged powers that Braum has. A classic counter has been something like a Zyra, but it would be almost antithetical to what Maryville has in their lineup. Senna.
Ooh, it's a Senna.
Okay, so that's how you play the range advantage, still being able to punish Braum, and the fact that you already have some solid engaged powers already from the top side of the map, you can provide it with auxiliary healing from this Senna support.
Yeah, this is one where I do feel like Maryville is going to be really vulnerable to the Enchanted Crystal Arrows coming out from Mobility. And Zach, again, should have the ability to move around to the mid lane. So I like the fact that Winthrop, for me, took a much more comfortable composition and want to see if they're able to convert this into the leads that, you know, we saw them get in game one, but again, they overplayed their hand. This time with ECA, that tool being available for Ashe, I think it really gives a lot of ease in terms of executing as a team. It's like, all right, guys, let's see if we can play around the arrow, right? That's what we can try and do to slow the game down, just make sure that if we're playing on that cooldown, things are okay. I'm a little bit fearful, though, of the top side of Maryville. We saw them really scale into game 1 and overtake Winthrop later on in the game. I think that with York, Wukong, Victor showing for Maryville, they have a comp that is designed to do that yet again, as they can lean on the really strong laning and strong lane drafted by their bot lane, try and get their top lane of the game later on. Winning scenario in game 1, we'll see if that's the case again here in game 3.
Maryville on the precipice of achieving a feat they have yet to do in program history by successfully defending their championship title as the defending 2025 CLOL champions. Winthrop, if they want to repeat what their program was able to achieve in 2021, backs against the wall, they now have to...
Zach flashed.
Oh boy.
They went bot early on. Zach burned the flash. They got a really big chunk onto the bot lane. Maryville's bot lane might base, so again, this is a winning lane. Center really good to the Braum, but yeah, that 5-year curse, what you were teasing the Maryville setup, trying to go back-to-back. Again, Winthrop, their last best-of-5 victory before the NACL win was the 2021 CLOL Grand Finals that featured an entirely different roster for Winthrop. Makes sense, given that if you're, getting your bachelor degree on time, it should be 4 years on average. But had nearly 5 years outside of winning best-of-5s. Was a huge monkey off the back for the Winthrop squad. But they're going to have to do so in a reverse sweep fashion now if they want to have these two wins only be days apart.
Cannot afford another loss if they want to make that happen and repeat what their predecessors did. In hybrids, Frostforce, Doxa, Saskio, and Sir Kenji, the sole winning championship roster for the Eagles in their program history, respectively. Now, Maryville, as you called out, suffered both of their summoner spells on Obstinatus being burned by Zach flashing forward and trying to set up Mobility and Kim down off to a better lane start. And even though Obstinatus will have the range advantage into Braum, well, if you're down summoner spells to start the lane with, you don't want to step up and get tagged by either the Ashe auto attacks or Kim Down's Winter's Bite there.
Those stack into the stun is what has Ashe Braum being a pretty strong lane traditionally, as Mobility and Kim Down running with the lead they were granted by Zach early on. Again, Zach definitely trading down by using his flash bot and even just starting in the bot lane. I can't see an experience bar, so I will track that. The mid lane, we'll see if Spyrax is ahead on experience. But again, top side for Maryville, Victor, Yorick scaling advantage in the matchup they have, Wukong as well. So I think the idea for Maryville is to try and lean on their bot lane and some lane prio and presence here, scale their top side into the game. And kudos to Winthrop, they at least broke this and tried to help ensure that Ashe Braum's a lot happier in the game here.
At the very least, they've been able to recover a majority of their health pool. Wilson showing up on the bottom side of the map could hunt for a gank, but UG already here because of the crab spawn. Wilson is just going to send it, but nice W, at least from Obstinatus, slows down the engage from Wilson. Scary Jerry flashes backwards to keep himself alive. UG able to clean it up for first blood before Scary Jerry gets his shot at Scary Jerry and makes it a 1-for-1 trade. UG continuing the exchange and forces Wilson to flash over the wall.
I think that's kind of worth it for Maryville. I felt like that was forced yet again from Winthrop. I know that Obstinatus has no sums and they're trying to break the bot lane, but props to Jerry for tanking the Winter's Bite. He had cleanse, so was able to pretty quickly get out of the stun. And yes, he did go down, but at least kept Obstinatus alive. And Yuji did a lot of work in that skirmish. I know Wukong recently got some E-buffs, and Wukong, very strong champion in terms of his identity. As Yuji being ahead early on, you are a tank buster jungler. So Yuji being ahead is good. Again, Jerry, quick cleanse out. Yes, he goes down, but Kim Down took a tower shot. Yuji was able to answer, and Winthrop burning more summoner spells on the play in the 1-for-1.
We'll see how Maryville can continue leveraging this small advantage that UG now has, being able to accelerate that Trinity Force power spike, which is so important for the overall curve and the power scaling of this champion. In prior metas, we have seen that first item really does begin the major wake up and the just ever scaling power of this champion can bring. And like you mentioned, the fact that he got those buffs not only on his Nimbus Strike to be able to have a more competitive clear in this meta, but also increased damage on his clone. Hang on, Obstinatus in trouble, but good use of the summoner heal to back off just in time. Scary Jerry tagged by the Winter's Bite and stunned up by the Braum passive. Kim Down and Mobility relentlessly pursue their opponents and are up 2 kills on this Ashe.
Mobility ate a tower shot. Scary Jerry thought he'd be able to punish, but the Unbreakable from Kim Down and Obstinatus not continuing to auto-attack. That gets Mobility out. He's going to take the quick reset to match Jerry coming back out of the map. And that lead's significant now in the bot side as Berserker Greaves picked up for the Ashe. Going to be important, again, trying to utilize that move speed, position for the volleys, position to popping these Winner's Bites from Kim Down as the investment early on into the bot lane of Winthrop University does grant Mobility and Kim Down a lead. And this was a matchup that in that 3-2 victory Winthrop did have over Maryville and NACL. Mobility had a monster series. He's been a little quiet in this one today. So like the investment from Winthrop to set up their marksman for success.
And as Scary Jerry has mentioned before, he feels like Mobility is really the only person that is even close to that can match him. And Mobility has also spoke similar levels of respect to his opponent. These two have been the best AD carries we have had in Collegiate this year. Wilson hovering around on the bot side, making sure that Yuji, despite having that level 6 advantage, cannot make a play on a flashless Ashe.
We said first Dragon picked up by UG, and curious again what happens with the Grubs. As Grubs in 90 seconds, I know bot lane's down, UG's going to hover, as his bot lane still lacking some summoner spells, going to make sure that no chaos comes in. Might open up Wilson to at least get this top crab, which should grant him level 6, but for UG, these Grubs, again, you have a Yorick on the team. We spent a lot of time looking at bot lane, and rightfully so, as there has been some chaos down there, but Yorick on his way to those plated steel caps. Once he gets that, really tough for Jace to move him in this top lane matchup. And I just think Grubs being buffed up on point 11, the fact that Yorick's in the game, and Yorick with Grubs just an entirely different champion for the duration of the game, and the amount of pressure that he can put down on these side lanes.
Scary Jerry and Obstinatus under fire once again, but this time being able to respond with some appropriate damage onto Mobility and Kim Down. Being able to recall on vision. Zach realm warping in to support Wilson, who tags Spyrex with the Impale, but Spyrex is yet to burn the flash. Still has it, tries to use it a little too late to dodge on the boulder, but Wilson tags him with it anyway. And that means this victor is suspect to a repeat visit from Wilson.
That is a feels bad man, burning flash, flashing in a straight line and still eating the boulder. As a much better start and a much needed better start for Winthrop in this game, as again, the Eagles hasn't felt like they've really been fully online yet in this series. Getting off to a lead like this, now in multiple lanes, something they can build off as again, Grubs are up. I want to see what happens with the Grubs. Crimson is TPing back to try and be as strong as possible. Spyrax getting back into the lane himself. Rise should have push as the E-Evolve isn't available yet for the Victor, but Yuji gonna look on Zach. Zach doesn't have flash.
Oh, but the flash from Wilson repositions the Ishtal Impact to try and pin Yuji to the wall, but he has his own flash to get the second cast of the Cyclone onto Zach, but he falls before Spyrax can clean up the kill and make it a 1-for-1. Kim Down and Obstinatus both arrive, but Wilson doesn't feel strong enough to at least go for the Grubs right away. He's gonna try to heal up off of some camps and look for a redeploy after.
Yeah, he can. He doesn't have ult yet, and the Maiden being down for Yorick. Denethor is gonna TP back now, has the Swifties gonna help him deal with hopefully dodging out on the E's from Yorick, and if it does hit, getting away from the ghouls that will follow. I'm surprised that Yuji's not going straight back to the Grubs. I feel like that 1-for-1 is worth it for Spyrax, just given the fact that he did get double buffs.
Definitely alleviates some pressure. Scary Jerry under fire, burns the cleanse on the ECA, but has to flash the Glacial Fissure from Kim Down.
Mobility up 2 levels. I know it's a big wave for Scary Jerry. Should hit 6 off this, but still nice lead for Winthrop in the bot lane. As Grubs still not being looked at. I'm again very curious. I think taking 1 away for Wilson would have been really significant. Grubs got buffed up on this patch. We are in point 11, which you will see later today in LCS playoffs. As the idea of this series and the timing of it was that hopefully it would lead into LCS playoffs so we could get hopefully some LCS fans to enjoy some Collegiate League of Legends in the finals. But Maryville, they've had other plans so far.
They are trying to make this one done and dusted super quick. But that being said, so far the lead from Mobility's Ash at least gives some hope to the Eagles and all the fans back at home in Rock Hill, South Carolina, that their program can rally for at least the potential of a reverse sweep, as we are still yet to see any moves from Winthrop University for the Grubs. However, UG already booking it. We're going to take a look back at this replay. Would love to jump back to live as soon as possible, just because I think those Grubs take could be contested by Winthrop.
Against Spyrex getting double off's kind of nice, and no contest from Winthrop. It is going to be at least one Grub and likely more going over to UG and Maryville. As we got to pause for this one. We'll get back to you guys about what the information is on that, if we can get any from production. But it is one where, just with the game and the script of the game so far, I really like the scaling of the top side of Maryville. Also really feel like the Grubs being taken can help them get more gold into specifically York on this top side, which is important for getting in that big mid game, because York with like at 2 items is just such a nightmare to deal with in the side lane if he's able to accelerate into that mid game. So I know that Winthrop has the lead right now. I just think more importance and more onus for me falls on Mobility's shoulders, as someone that we really pointed to being a big difference maker in that 3-2 Winthrop victory they had over Maryville. And the member that has the biggest lead and was granted the biggest lead from the team, given Zach's level 1 visit and Wilson's level 4 gank to try and punish those summoner spells being down as well.
And I think even Maryville could feel the change in Winthrop's plan during the draft phase as well, that they're going to try to put a lot more resources, return to comfort, and find ways that Winthrop can be on champions that help support Mobility to have a stronger advantage. Denying that Jinx and putting him on the Ashe, while yes, he's going to have a lot more utility, I'm definitely would have been more afraid if this was a 2-0 Jinx rather than a 2-0 Ashe, but we'll see if Mobility can still find a way to carry that advantage forward.
Again, I feel like he's got help and some tools to do so. I like the Skarner in this game. I think they just needed the tank for Wilson, and frankly, being able to cheat some of the terrain going to be really valuable against stuff like Victor and MF. I think the Braum as well. When Braum's primary engage, it can be a problem, but the fact that you have Skarner Rise to try and find those plays. Again, I think a big story for Winthrop University in this run, where they have peaked in both NACL and CLOL, and the best placement that this core has been able to find. It has been Zach and Wilson scaling up in a way that, as I like to joke, the Jets wish Zach Wilson scaled up when he was there. So it really has been a positive to see these players, especially Zach, grow so much in his last semester as a senior. Again, used to go under Papa or Conveying as other IGNs. He's been at Winthrop for 4 years, has never been able to secure that starting spot for himself until this semester, where the team came to him and was like, hey, the spot's yours. Like, we want you and we need you to play. And where Zach has gone from week 1 until where they're at in the NACL playoffs. I mean, I was even catching up with Raz's co-stream after our cast yesterday for NACL, Rafa. And he was saying, I don't know if I've seen a player scale as much as Zach had from week 1 of NACL to now in the history of watching that league. And Raz used to coach in that league too. And I 100% agree with him. I don't think I've seen a player improve as much in the middle of the split. Sadly, our most improved award, it's not for during the split. It's from the last split to what we saw this split. So Zach wasn't voted by the team, but just no doubter how much Zach has been able to scale up in his final semester. And when he doesn't really have plans to play league after this, I think it's really honorable what he's done for his team and ensuring that they're in a position where they're competing in finals, competing for top 3 in NACL.
This is the highest placing that Winthrop University has found in NACL, and it's the highest placing that the program has found since their championship victory in 2021. And Zach is a huge contribution to that. And we also give credit to Wilson, who has also leveled up his own gameplay, being able to provide a lot more consistency and a lot more structure to the overall game plan, because we know that for Winthrop, since fall of 2022, Denethor and Mobility being signed have leveled up and been the main carries, the star pillars for Winthrop's success whenever they have been able to find it, but it has now been a combination of all of it coming together. Like Tails mentioned earlier on in the broadcast, that this is the best that this roster has gelled, even though that a majority of these players have known each other for such a long time, since both Zach and Wilson have been in this program since 2023.
UG just had that ult back up, looking for Denethor as they took one grub and to try and force Denethor out as we go back to live. Obstinatus, oh! Predicted the flash with the ward.
Wow.
The DFT burn doesn't find Denethor. That was nasty from Obstinatus. Almost led to a bonus kill going over to Maryville.
Obstinatus absolutely on fire in this series, being able to pull out the Senate here in game 3. 3 grubs will go to Maryville University, and while Denethor barely survives the encounter, that's his flash down, and that is when Yorick can punish a Jace the best in the side lane.
And 3 grubs for the Yorick team as well, as we have a trade. I think this is 100% worth the trade that Maryville's making. Yes, mobility is getting more out of this. Winthrop's going to be okay with that, as the Denethor at least lived the gank, but we're trying to force Denethor out from more as he's flashless, and 4 members of Maryville here, ensuring Denethor can't even get to the wave.
ECA coming down, but everyone parts ways away from it. Glacial Fissure from Kim down just slows down the
Zach's rotating,
engage.
Wilson's coming.
Zach and Wilson coming as well, but Spyrex is also joining the fray. UG might be caught in here. Remember, no flash, no cyclone on this Wukong. He at least bonks Zach over the head before he falls. Crimson is the next one to drop, and the credit goes over to Denethor, picks up a double kill. Kim down, dodges out on a laser from Spyrex. Now he's in trouble, and he has no flash, and he is up against the wall, but he finds Denethor, and he gets the blast code. Are you kidding me? Jalal, you are just too damn good at this game. Scary Jerry, however, on the wrong side of the tracks as Wilson looks for the Ishtal impact, but Obstinatus baits him like a toro with the red flag, but Wilson still manages to clip Spyrex in the back, and now Obstinatus just needs one more auto attack, tags him with the W in the end, and at the same time, Matt, with all the chaos happening on the top side of the map, mobility was just sieging for a free turn on the bottom side.
I think Maryville overplayed their hand that time around, and great defense coming out from Winthrop as both our players both our teams throw down. Niles was expecting a fist fight in this series, and boy oh boy was that a fist fight early. Honorable mention to Kim down on the Braum. I think he played this fight really well from top to bottom. If we get a replay, the Glacial Fissure that he had to stall out the fight, enable the time for Zach and Wilson to actually make it into the fight, was a big difference maker. But then the big benefactor of this was Spyrex on the Victor. Yes, he went down to the rock Wilson through later on, but this Victor getting accelerated like this and being involved in kills gives you access to earlier evolves and gets that scaling online even faster. So Spyrex being very involved in this game early on, very good for Maryville University.
Gold advantage still in favor of Winthrop University off of the 2 kills early for mobility, getting that turret first brick gold by himself. Has a Kraken Slayer up on the Bloodthirster that Scary Jerry is looking for, but Denethor under fire, no flash on this Jace, means that Maryville can rinse and repeat for a dive with UG Cyclone and continuing to punish one of the star carries from the Eagles.
Jace always vulnerable to dive and side laning. Like to see UG put a really big focus on Denethor in this one. As I think they overplay their hand a little bit in the top side, but still the idea is there to try and set Jace behind. As this is looking to be the second brick. First brick was secured by mobility in the chaos, as he was the big benefactor staying bot to funnel himself farm. As again, back half of this play, we missed the W from Kim down, the dodge out on the one laser. This was almost so nasty from Spyrex in what could be his last competitive game. Using the empowered blast cone, we got the trampolines coming in here for the Chem Soul. Man, that was really, really close coming out from him as he almost got his way out of there, and Wilson picked up by Obstinatus on the Senna later on. But fun fight in the top side is, again, both teams throwing down.
Maryville doing their best to make sure that this game 3 does not go the way of the Eagles and gives them a momentum for a potential reverse sweep. They are on match point, 1 game away from defending their crown as collegiate League of Legends champions here in the Grand Finals. And the way that they have put a focus, like you highlighted, onto Denethor, sending him behind. I mean, poor man has a garage sale of items right now because he wants to build the tier into the Muramana. He wants to get a lethality item with the serrated dirk, but he has to now go for Black Cleaver because he needs the armor shred into the top side. Scary Jerry, though, flashes out of the impale and gets the shield from Ops and Nodus's Dawning Shadow. Yuji now with the re-engage with the Cyclone right on top of the bullet time. It's beautiful! They just shredded the Eagles down to size, and Maryville University able to walk away with all 5 still standing. Denethor desperate to find a kill onto Scary Jerry, but he's just taunting him and forces him to flash again. That's going to be punished surely in the side lane by Crimson later on, and Winthrop find themselves desperate to make plays again in the face of Maryville.
I mean, that was a beautiful turn from Yuji over the wall. I did like the look on the Scary Jerry from Winthrop, but he was able to manage it. Bloodthirster working a little bit of overtime between the shield and the heals that came out, and some good sidesteps by Jerry to bait Denethor in. But it was Yuji lying in wait, waited for the ults to get out, found a big 2-man, and the fact that Jerry lived was still able to contribute with the bullet time and the range on that for the ultimate that shifted the fight back into Maryville's favor. And looking at the scoreboard, Rafa, they've got a lot of control over this game. Spyrax is going to be a nightmare to deal with for Winthrop later on, and Zach might have to face that nightmare now.
No point in burning the flash. Once Crimson showed up on the other side of that wall, he knew that he was cooked and just accepted his fate, dying there in the side lane. Spyrax now 4-2-3 with the largest objective bounty on his head on the side of the Maryville Saints. Wilson, at the very least, has picked up 2 dragons back-to-back. It is a Chemtech Soul map, but Winthrop are a far cry away from looking for a soul point to come back in this game, as Yuji, trying to secure the Rift Herald, forced to flee from the pit. So this might just be an eye completely vanishing into the void as Winthrop deny it away from Maryville University.
Saran will be disappointed, but I think Winthrop pretty happy that they are able to make this eye go bye-bye. Yeah, Yuji not able to pick it up, and time invested for Nada, as Rift Herald doesn't lead to anything. But still, the side laning for Maryville, I think that we really saw in Game 1, dedicated side laning and scaling drafted by Spyrax and Crimson, felt that same strategy this game. We're seeing Crimson try and stretch the map. Zach's there for the wave clear at the moment, Rafa, in order to try and stall, but if York gets any free time in the side lane, with 3 grubs, Demolish in tow, and the Maiden being post level 11, Crimson will start to really heavily pressure in this game. So I think Winthrop, any choice they make for the over group or over engages, they've got to be careful on, or else it's going to be York running away with it as Jerry. Well managed with the flash, and again, the fact that he stayed alive, bullet time was massive as Spyrax gets in. Beautiful combo coming out from Yuji, Spyrax, and Jerry over the top, and some good sidesteps in the back half by Jerry, too, as he got out of that empowered shock blast, baited Denethor in, and forced Denethor to use his flash to escape.
For Winthrop, I think their hopes now lie in this Ashe hitting her second item, and Zach getting his Seraphs on this rise and trying to play off of that spike. That will be your best chance in trying to come back from this minor gold deficit that the Saints are sporting at the moment. If they are not able to win that fight, I feel very confident that this will be a Saints victory leading this game 3.
Heal for Ashe is necessary, as mobility is still the one that's ahead on his team as a Realm Warp coming in. TP2, Zach looking for a play. Spyrax in trouble.
But he's got Dawning Shadow, and he's got Yuji to bail him out, and now Zach is in a world of trouble. Mobility manages to find Scary Jerry. Didn't even need the help of Kim down as he wasn't tagged in the assist, but Denethor killed off to the side as well, and Zach completely run down. Spyrax baiting in that fight beautifully. Maryville going up 2-for-1 in the trade.
Yeah, I think that Realm Warp placement was too deep, and again, Maryville able to collapse. Only positive for Winthrop, again, off-screen mobility. Last time we saw a big play, it was mobility picking up the turret in the bot side. This time it was a solo kill on the Jerry as just gets ran down. So mobility being up, that second item in tow. Good flash to dodge out on the bullet time. Solo kill connects. Mobility gets that and a turret. Really the only thing that keeps Winthrop close in this game.
Still not necessarily over for Winthrop, but the gold lead is slowly ballooning in Maryville's favor. Still need to see if the Eagles can find a way where they can start a fight with all their crowd control tools and mobility in the backline, firing quiver after quiver of arrows. And if after then, Winthrop are not able to close the gold lead, oh boy, well, Winthrop are not being given chances to find these fights because Maryville continues to pick off their side laners.
Denethor being set behind again, and again, that's why I felt like Spyrax being big so early was so important for Maryville, because Victor can be really oppressive in this game. Just always poking, always prodding, and making sure that Maryville is fighting at a health bar advantage against the team between that and the Senna. So engages have been sound from Yuji, and the play from Spyrax has been sound as well. As, oh my god, another solo kill on the top side. Crimson finds that.
It's just utter collapse from the Winthrop solo laners. Crimson and Spyrax continuously getting one after another. Mobility finds a nice arrow, impale, but it's the clone that they snag, not the real Yuji. And the real Yuji is ready to fight on back. Doesn't have Cyclone available, but the pressure and the aura alone is enough to force Winthrop back. And the power of the arcane tears mobility down. Maryville University are just showing why they rule this realm here in Collegiate 2026.
Making their way to the big purple worm, Maryville have taken full control of this game as they're looking to defend their championship. Wilson's here. I don't even think he can get in.
He has to make a last-ditch effort. If this Baron is secured, it just might be curtains for Maryville University. Wilson's going to send to 2,000 HP, but Yuji targets the Scorpion before finishing the Baron. It's disaster for the Eagles. Wings fully clipped, and the Saints prepare to march for a 3-0 sweep.
Winthrop knocks them out of NACL in the Tier 2 tournament, but Maryville looking to set the record in terms of their trophies. Saskio himself has 3. This would be Maryville's 4th as they try to defend. And looking to do so, I don't really know how Winthrop can break this one. Kim down caught trying to base. Empowered Chemtech plant finds him. And boy, oh boy, I mean, Maryville, in order to do this, I think that for both Yuji and Jerry coming back in Tier 1, they had their opportunities, didn't exactly go their way. I still think that if Yuji didn't require a visa, we'd see him in Tier 1 right now. But for them winning CLOL, I know NACL didn't go their way either, but this has to be a great consolation prize and a significant one for the university as well to pick up. As Obsinatus as well, he said he was trying to go 4 for 4. Good start for him in his CLOL career as another fight. Winthrop again fishing, but can't do anything as the Senna and the Victor disengage.
And Wilson is caught off as Yuji comes in for the flank. Picks him up right at the Raptor camp. Denethor too low to stay, trying to defend this Tier 2 turret from falling. Spyrax flashing forward, looking for lethal onto mobility. Burns the barrier. We'll take that as a consolation prize. And with Crimson racking up the siege with the Maiden at his side in the top lane, Maryville University are ready to break open the base.
3 grubs compounding here as buffed up on point 11. And Maryville making the LCS fans wait when it comes to the action. I'm going to make them wait even longer before we get to games later on today. I'm excited for that series. We'll be tuning in after a nap on that channel. It's much needed for my part, but Maryville, I hope they've got some Korean barbecue planned. There is a good spot over there in St. Louis. But man, this has been, frankly, we were both expecting a close series today, Rafa. The form of Winthrop of late has been fantastic. Maryville had different plans coming into the day. And I think the diagnosis they had on some of these drafts, and really, for me, focusing Denethor in draft and also in this game 3, the first time that I really feel like he got a true comfort pick for himself in the series. I know Camille's big, but taking away the Ambessa and the target they had, I really like the focus and the change of strategy that Maryville had today. I think it really paid off.
And Winthrop have just not been able to recover at all. Even with mobility at the strongest point in the game, that fight had to be the one that broke open a comeback for Winthrop, but Maryville shut the door on it, and now with a 10,000 gold advantage over the Rock Hill Eagles, it is only a matter of time before Maryville are able to achieve, for the first time in program history, defending their throne as kings of collegiate. Winthrop are still going to battle it out until the very end. Not going to give Maryville an easy road to defending that throne. We'll see what will happen in the next couple of minutes. Pick on the Spyrex, maybe could be the start. Big shutdown goes into the pockets of Denethor. Maryville not necessarily in position to punish just yet. Seems like a free pick for the Eagles here.
I don't know if Wilson can look to continue this. He's possibly the Empowered Blast on this. Good catch.
Impale available. Ishtal impact onto Obstinanus. This could be the start. Shutdown now goes into Mobility's pockets. Bullet time keeps them back and allows UG to escape. There's not another objective, but they have to deal with Crimson, who has now poured into the base and has minions ready to knock at the Nexus doors. Someone's got a back. Winthrop, if you spend too much time doing this, Crimson's just going to end the game.
TP.
Teleport is coming in. Crimson has to now deal with the teleport coming in from Denethor. He takes out one Nexus turret. He won't push the advantage, but Maryville University happy with that trade.
Winthrop's going to collapse on him. They cancel the base. They're going to try and find the Yorick. TP coming in from Spyrex to try and defend. They're pinching Winthrop on the exit.
Mobility split up from Wilson. Wilson caught behind enemy lines, going to try to fish for a recall, but now Mobility has flash available. Might just need to use it to dodge out on a laser from slowing him down. Arcade Storm, no! He is blown up before he even gets a chance to pop any of his summoner spells, and Maryville still maintain control.
Dragons up. Some chaos and honestly a little bit of gold going back to Winthrop. I don't think that's going to change the shape of this game. As there is no dragon up. I'm lying. I saw Spyrex hit the dragon. I thought we were going to have that taken, but yeah, Maryville just going to continue the push. 2 inhibitors down, Mobility down. He is getting his way back up out of the gray screen, but what was a great moment for the Eagles, I think a breath of life a little bit too late into this series as the damage has already been done.
It is just too much of a deficit to overcome. Now, if Winthrop can find a string of those miracles back to back to back, then we can have a conversation. But Crimson being able to continue the pressure on the side lane while Maryville and Winthrop were duking it out on the opposite side of the map now forces Winthrop to deal with not one but 2 lanes full of super minions. 1 inhibitor turret stands in the path of Maryville, completely breaking open the base and having double super minions for the ultimate amount of pressure to pin the Eagles at their home.
Yeah, they have options too. I mean, they can put Crimson in one of these side lanes. They can even just dump the Maiden in one of the side lanes and play from there. There's the dragon I was looking for.
Yeah.
One back up. Sorry, guys, we don't have timers. I was guessing a little bit on the minimap. As that dragon is slain. Soul point secured for Maryville. Chemtech, pretty valuable, at least for the Senna, as Dear Lord. That is the Victor damage that we were kind of worried about and teasing early on in this game. As that's a good catch on the Spyrex, so these people are up.
No flash, but he pots the Seeker's Arm Guard just in the nick of time. UG flashes, follows up onto Mobility and takes out the Archer. And the rest of Maryville University just wipe out the remainder of the Eagles from the skies. Winthrop University gave it their all, and they even tried to make the upset happen. But when you take a shot at the throne, you can try and make the Kings bleed, but you can't deny their legacy. Best in CLOL 2026, best in collegiate all time. Maryville Saints reign supreme as 4-time champions.
And what a dominant way to solidify the victory for the Saints. As you can see, Niles congratulated the boys, and honestly some tempered celebration coming in, as it looks more like an expectation for them than the reality that sets in. Obsidian trying to go 4 for 4. He gets his first one. Scary Jerry and UG coming back from tier 1 end up in victory. Spyrex goes out on a high, and Crimson, what a debut, subbing in for CLOL, finding the victory as the rookie stepping in. That's a great start and some good sportsmanship from the backup K today, giving high fives to Crimson as he got the job done with the rest of the squad.
Monumental win for Maryville University in the recent history of falling to Winthrop in that NACL lower bracket. It put the conversation at an all-time mystery going into grand finals, and the parallel to 2021 looming in the backs of many Maryville fans' minds. Would it be a repeat of history? Would it be the same time where Maryville enter collegiate grand finals as defending champions? Would they fall to a Winthrop Eagles roster? But this Maryville Saints lineup denies that opportunity, denies the second title from Winthrop's program, and they themselves reign at the apex of Collegiate League of Legends as 4-time champions, by far the most titles that any program has ever amassed in history of CLOL.
And a chance to do it again tomorrow for CVAL. I think that's what the really impressive thing is of both these programs competing today, Winthrop versus Maryville University. I haven't followed Valorant all that much, but I know that tomorrow's matchup might be expected to be a little bit closer, even as both of us were predicting 5 games going into today. Speaks to the programs that each of these universities have, but I think everything you said, Rafa, speaks to the program, the League of Legends that Maryville University has, as seeing Niles and CKG really support this team behind the scenes. They were the ones that lifted the trophy in 2019 as a tandem. Have them stick around and coach the next generation coming up, and to welcome these guys back in from Tier 1 to get back on this roster and really remind everyone that they are at the top of their game and their craft. NACL results aside, they did make that series look more like an aberration than the expected reality of it being a close series today for Winthrop as Maryville University. Congrats to them. It was a great look today. They were the better team from start to finish, really, what it felt like.
Nothing but props to the Saints on their successful first-time defense of the throne here in CLOL. And I know it means the world to all the players on the Saints lineup here. Definitely means something extra special to the likes of Yuji and Scary Jerry, who in their first CLOL finals fell to St. Louis University, an upset that many were not expecting going into that year, and definitely was heartbreak for both of those players as they didn't get a chance to defend their throne or try and make another run for it until now, since in 2025, both of them had stints in the LCS on Team Liquid and Disguise, respectively. But here, returning to the Maryville program, returning under the coach and the tutelage of Niles, who at the time was their top laner, now their coach for this program, has really helped lead a cultural revolution for this program in maintaining the success and the pedigree that Maryville University has boasted for so long here.
I've said it a lot on NACL, but I'll say it here. I really feel like Maryville has a better team culture than the majority of teams in the LCS. And that also goes for the fact that they have multiple teams competing in the same building. I remember one of the Raising NA episodes we did, I was driving APA back and forth, and he talked about the value of having a Valorant team of players that you're not competing against for spots, because Maryville, they've got full rides for more than just the 5 players that start on the roster. I mean, we saw today Crimson and K. We know both those players can play, but it was Crimson on the day that stepped up and won. You're competing for your seat always over there. And he really spoke towards how valuable it was having other people going through the same experience that you aren't competing up against, but you can relate with from start to finish. Even spoke towards becoming friends with some of the people over there on the volleyball team. I know Odd Orange actually married one of those individuals as well, kind of speaking to how close some of the teams that we had over there from Maryville is, and really helps build up this culture where they're trying to get the best out of you as players and also as people. Something that I do want to credit Winthrop with a lot as well. It's a big part of the reason why we see both these universities hoisting or having both teams make finals to try and hoist the championships at the end of the day. But it was Maryville from start to finish, wire to wire today. Really felt like after 15 minutes of game 1, no looking back for the Saints as they were able to hoist their 4th CLOL championship.
Most of any program, they had already broke the tie with most titles from University of St. Thomas.
Well, they've got Saskio now, you know? They eclipsed them. Yeah.
They first broke the tie with University of St. Thomas, going from 2 to 3 after the 2025 victory, and now breaking the tie with Saskio, a former Maryville alumni, before going and joining the Winthrop University that did beat them in the 2021 championship run. But now, Maryville, their legacy is undeniable at this point. Best in collegiate all time for League of Legends and still boasting that same pedigree as we head into tomorrow's broadcast for the Collegiate Valorant Grand Finals as well, where Maryville will once again battle their rivals in Winthrop University.
Yeah, again, excited for that one. And folks, we are stalling a little bit up here on the desk. We're trying to get our MVP and interview going. Is excited to hear from Maryville themselves on that victory.
Yes.
So
don't spoil the surprise. Don't spoil the surprise.
I gotta give people a reason to stick around. They aren't sticking around for us, Rafa. Let's be honest here.
I know. But I'm just making sure that you don't spoil who's going to be doing the interview as well.
Well, you are, right? That's, yeah.
Well, I think we're both doing it. No. I think we're both.
I'll give you a hard time.
Yeah, we're both doing it, obviously. But
okay.
who is going to be the recipient of our Finals MVP award? Because I think we've given praise to a lot of the members that stepped up in today's series. I think we gave a lot of props, obviously, to Crimson, who started over K in this Finals. Was a change up in the roster from their prior best of 5 against Winthrop in both the lower bracket from NACL, and I believe their upper finals win in the 3-0 over them previously in the month. But Crimson stepping into a place and a stage unknown to him, unlike Spyrex, UG, and Scary Jerry, who have been at this CLOL final stage before. Someone like Opsinatus, who yet to have make a CLOL finals appearance until this year, but has had experience in the ERLs in multiple leagues in EMEA region. I think Crimson definitely deserves a huge shout out for being able to hold his own despite the early pressure from Winthrop in game 1, bouncing back and being a massive force on that Mbessa, and for the remainder of the series as well.
Yeah, that Nar pick, he played it well, but also a big deny going up against Winthrop, and Denethor has been most played. Denethor's most played throughout the season. So I feel like we saw some strategy maybe coming out there. As K, for me, always very much a role player on that team. I think more likely to play the Rumble, Scion, and the Jax. Whereas it felt like Crimson dipped more into the Denethor's pool, which could have been really valuable for Maryville today. So able to lean on the talent they have from top to bottom over there in that program. As I think it really speaks to the caliber of players that they have, the fact that Crimson and K, when they do step up and step in, the difference between them, we can see it with champions, but we don't always see it with the play because they both bring good play to the table. So props to Crimson again, stepping up, finding that win. Something that Spyrex couldn't do when he kicked things off in 2021, subbing in halfway through that CLOL bracket and trying to match the might of Doxa in the mid lane. Couldn't quite do it then. To have Crimson step up and do it now. So definitely a fun kickoff to Crimson's CLOL journey. But no, we have to visit with a couple other players whose CLOL journeys might be coming to an end and that have been very enjoyable to watch throughout the years.
It's been an honor seeing the growth of these players over the past few years as well in collegiate. And we can't say it enough that despite falling to the Saints in a 3-0 fashion, Winthrop's ascent to finals for the first time since 2021 was due to a lot of things coming together at the right time. And like Coach Tails mentioned, gelling in the best form that these four members have really shown since knowing each other since 2023. And that is a combination of the praise we gave to Zach, really leveling up his gameplay, being for the first time the sole starting member for Winthrop's spring run here in collegiate as well as NACL. Wilson also stepping up, but at the end of the day, Maryville ensured that when it came to defending their title as collegiate champions, they showed up the better team today.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just checking Twitter, Niall said the boys really locked in after that NACL loss to find the 3-0, and it was clutch. So the fact they were able to find that big time as, again, cannot sing the praises enough for what we saw over there from the MU campus. I appreciate the shout outs that we had for Winthrop as well. But Rafa, I think we've been talking a little bit too much. I know that we're getting closer to having our interview with, I believe, our MVP for the series.
So let's go ahead and bring on your finals MVP for CLOL Grand Finals 2026. The man, the myth, the legend, the lone defender that stepped up to make sure that game one was a bounce back and gave Maryville the start they needed to close out the series in dominant fashion. It's Spyrax from the mid lane, the man that the only remaining active starter from that championship roster that won Maryville their first title in 6 long years since 2019. And he is able to give Maryville, alongside the rest of this roster, a beautiful gift in defending that throne and one more title to the trophy collection. Spyrax, congratulations, brother. Always happy to see you perform at your peak and at such a high level on the collegiate stage. What was the click or the switch for you guys going into grand finals that allowed you to play to the form that we normally expected from Maryville from the regular season?
I don't know, to be honest. I think there was less, at least for me personally, I don't know about my teammates, but I had less stress going into this game. And I think a lot of it honestly has to do with us not doing too well in the ACL. I mean, Winthrop are the ones who took us out. So I feel like at that point we were kind of just playing to, just to play our best, because it's also probably our last series together as teammates. So we just wanted to like play as good as we can, and I think we could play better, but I think we showed like a pretty good performance overall.
It was a 3-0 and rather dominant Spyrax. I know that you graduated this spring, correct? Yep. What kind of major did you bring home?
Cybersecurity. So,
well, congrats on graduating. Is this it for you in terms of league? Are we going to see you hit the Rift again? Or are you still deciding?
No, probably not, honestly. Okay, the only other time you might see me is in ENC if I were to play in that tournament, but otherwise you probably won't see me again.
That's right. I know that you're Team Canada. Congrats on that. Spyrax, I know this has to be a little bit melancholy for you. Looking back on this journey, what's this experience meant for you over the last 5 years pursuing League and having it also give you an education and put you in a spot like Maryville, where I'm sure you've made a lot of friends that will last longer than League? Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'll forever be grateful for this opportunity. I think honestly, it just changed my life. I got a full degree off of it, and it was a full ride scholarship as well. I got to meet people who I would have otherwise never seen in my life, and yeah, it also kind of helped me. Like, now I have a better idea on what I want to do just in life in general, and it just gave me like so many opportunities that I took lessons from, and I think it just did me like so much good, honestly. So props to Maryville for that.
And you are leaving behind a legacy I think you can be completely proud of. Every time that you were involved in the collegiate season, you have made a run to finals, and you have helped give Maryville 2 of those titles now. For the next mid laner that takes your place and tries to continue that legacy, what words would you like to leave and impart to them as they begin their journey?
Yeah, so you kind of already know who it's going to be, but of course I'm not going to leak anything. But I'm sure that person will do well. That person is also really good addition, good potential. Obviously, I've played with him a lot. It's someone you guys have also seen in Tier 2 before, and I think he'll do well in this team. He seems like he has a good head on his shoulder.
Yeah, Spyrax, looking back, I feel like it's very appropriate for you to wrap things up on the LCS stream, as I know that the initial experience with LCS wasn't what you were looking for, kind of return to collegiate and go back. But thinking back, like throughout the 5 years, what other highlights do you have that, whether they're in-game or out-of-game, like what are you going to miss from just being on campus or some of the stuff that you guys did, whether it was in the arena or getting out of the arena and just trying to figure out what life's like being a young adult and trying to figure out what adulthood might look like after college? Yeah, I think what I miss the most for sure is just like all the competitiveness that comes from just playing with 4 other players, teammates together. So I think I'm just gonna miss that more than anything. Like, I don't think I'm probably not gonna experience anything like this again in my career. Hopefully I do somewhere else, but I think I would say it's unlikely. But yeah, I think I'm just gonna miss playing with my teammates.
It's beautiful to hear, Jalal, and it's been a pleasure to get to know you, not just as a player, but also outside of Summoner's Rift. I'm glad that we've had the pleasure to meet in person a few times over the years. I still have fond memories of some of the earlier times right out of, I think it was after the pandemic, and we got to go to Gateway Collegiate Legends, which that was that was a fun trip.
Was it 2021 or 2022?
Yeah, 2021. Yeah,
21. Yeah.
That line was awesome. It was honestly, I thought it was like pretty well set up, all things considered, and I think that was like during COVID time. It's unfortunate, obviously, that it had to come to an end after. I don't even know if they ran like another.
They did Smash, but not for League. I was a coach there. Look at how far I've fallen, you know?
They've gone a long way, yeah.
Well, I mean, how far I've fallen. But no, Spyrex, this is the last we hear from you, man. It's been a pleasure to cast your games for the last 5 years. I always thought really highly of your play. And when I was advocating for you and you're hoping for LCS, it was always easy to make that argument. And then even afterwards, it's always easy to make the argument that you were a really strong player in whatever league I had the privilege to cover you in. So congrats on a great career. Best of luck with whatever comes next. I hope that this experience leads to hopefully a job that you can excel in just because of the life skills you were able to pick up competing against CLOL. And it was always fun to see you put your best foot forward. So yeah.
Job market's cooked, but hey, I'll find something.
Yeah, you're telling me, man. Yeah.
I'll be fine. I think
I know you will, buddy. I know you will.
Thank you.
We'll all be fine. Thank you, man.
All right. Shout out to Spyrex. Congrats to the win to you and all of Maryville. As we say goodbye, we move on to the last two of us, Rafa, and we're going to have to wrap things up here.
Yes, sir.
For CLOL, Spyrex going out on a high, evening up that finals record for 2-2, winning the last two. But maybe showing some experience matters a little bit.
I don't think you could have said it any other way, Matt. And for myself and Covey on the broadcast, it was an absolute pleasure and obviously a privilege for us to be able to tell the story of this grand final and the story of Maryville for the first time in their program's history successfully defending that title. They are now not only back-to-back reigning champions, they are 4-time champions, the best collegiate program ever in CLOL history. And with that said, I think all we can do now is just enjoy the highlights and enjoy the time spent as we celebrate the end of another year in CLOL history. But on behalf of myself and Cubby, looking back through the highlights, there was semblance of hope for Winthrop with the early start here, but Maryville were able to dash those hopes very quickly.
Yeah, I think that once Spyrex got going into this game, it was really tough to slow down this victor, as this was really the one oopsie he had. But the fact they turned it around instantly, and UG was able to gift the double buffs over to Spyrex, the mid-laner that he played with for 8 splits the vast majority of UG's career. You guys were always a tandem to look out for, and a tandem that ends on top as we wrap things up for Spyrex. And I just think it's so appropriate for Maryville, the fact that they can rock a team where... Obstinatus technically a rookie, but not really given his experience in Tier 2. Sorry, buddy. I do think highly of you in your play, but we're going to give the rookie status over to Crimson, who I think it just really speaks to Maryville, the program they have, the fact that they win a final where they have a player that subs in as a rookie at the end of the tournament, going into having a senior graduate who ends up being the MVP and really stepped up heavily in these finals. Just speaks from top to bottom that if you go to Maryville, they're going to make sure that you are successful as a player and, more importantly, as a person. Because if the person's successful, you're going to have a more successful player. I think that Winthrop, to be fair to them, did really good work with that, as they've had this crew together for a long time, and this was the best showing that we've seen from them this split. One that's not done in Tier 2 for NACL as well, but Maryville, the team that comes out on top, is, I think regardless if they won or not today, there's not been a collegiate tournament that Maryville walks into in League, or for that matter, I think as well Valorant a little bit, where they're not the expected top dogs. Really speaks to the pedigree of the program that they have over there, and regardless of the players they have, able to warp them into a winning team at the collegiate level, and send players to Tier 1 as well very consistently. So it's been great to see.
Yep. You look at many of the players that have entered LCS recently that are either native prospects or ones developed in Tier 2. Usually Maryville gets to boast the fact that they were the ones that took even more time cultivating those talents ready for this Tier 1 stage in LCS. But ladies and gentlemen, CLOL 2026 has officially come to an end. And on behalf of myself and Cubby, it is time to say goodbye and bid you all adieu until we see you next year for CLOL 2027. Stay healthy, stay safe. See you all on Summoner's Rift. Pleasure.